Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm Mr. Jeff, Skeld. Hi, Hulk. Welcome in, welcome in. All right, let's get started. All right, let's go hand in our fishies. How are you guys doing this fine Saturday? Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Trade manager, I'm coming. Tessock, give me some good prices. 80%? What the frick? What the helly? Why is Balanos Fort crowded? What the hell? What's going on over there? What's going on Balanos Fort, huh? Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. What? Dude, these prices are trash. Okay, hold on. Let's see if Unjunga Street is a little bit better. Unjunga Street. Oh, 80% on this. Okay, yeah, let's go on Junga Street. Let's go on Junga Street. Come here. Ba bum bum ba ba dum bum bum ba bum bum ba ba dum. Oh. 12 hours? Like, are you asking me if I'm gonna go for 12 hours? We'll see. We'll see. Jamala. How are you, Jamala? What are you up to today? Maybe time for some grinding. Oh. We're making it. What's going on? I'm a good driver, I promise. I'm a good driver. It's 4 a.m. Hi, Bear. Welcome in, Bear. Bear Kislav. Alright, let's see what we have made. Boldly. I like to do 2 boldlies and a 2.3 bill. Damn. 2. Fish, guys. Fishing OP, guys. Let me check that driver's license. Okay. Let's see. Let's do some dailies. No, you're good, Watar. No, you're good. If you're busy, you're busy. That's all there is to it. Hi, IC. Welcome in. Welcome, user. Is there a mount event right now? No mount event, right? Just life skills. I guess once my fishing rod runs out is when I will, you know, start doing some horse training, because I do have an Imperial delivery horse. Imperial horse there ready. Ooh, we got our monthly blessing of the old moon pack. That was a little bit late, under foe. That was 1 week late, under foe. Hello? 24 streamer again? Nah. I mean, it's Saturday, so we can go for quite a while. 24 hours? No. Yeah, I don't think we'll do it under 24 hours. That last stream was like an unplanned thing, Utara. I did not expect to go that long. Hey, who was the guy that got minus 10 trillion? There was a guy that got minus 10 trillion? When? Just now? Kenny? Hearing this news everywhere? I'm just hearing this news now. Does anyone know what Kenny is referring to? Yesterday I was like passed out for the most part. We were getting close to a 24-hour stream on Wednesday or Thursday. It's like for market manipulation. Oh my god, I'm gonna open my... What if it's me? What if it's me? Oh, wait. Is it me? No, it's not me. Imagine, guys. I haven't opened my marketplace yet. I'm like, oh, what if I got minus 10 trillion? Wait, market manipulation? What were they manipulating on the market? What were they manipulating? Best friend. Kenny, by chance, do you happen to be a nosy person IRL? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Do you happen to be a nosy person IRL by chance? Not sure about the deals. That's what I wanted to know. I see. Well, I have to tell you, Kenny, I am one of the least nosy persons, like, ever. Like, if I hear about, like, I'm probably the last person to hear about something. You know what I mean? We need drama? I see. Oh yeah, Wutaru would probably... I feel like Wutaru would be a nosy person IRL. Is this true, Wutaru? Is this true? I have this just like feeling.
Wutaru says, does Wutaru cause drama? Oh, Wutaru, you cheeky drama magnet. Always stirring the pot and keeping
drama
everyone
magnet,
on their toes. But hey, a little chaos keeps things spicy and fun, right? Just don't cause too much havoc.
I got it from the stream and he seems secretive about it. Maybe Choice knows them and doesn't want to rat them out. Maybe he knows. Dearest friend, but who is friendship? Oh, we choose. I guess we'll just keep this somewhere for now. Let's say it. Really, my dearest friend. Okay, let's go hand and stuff. RMT? That would make sense, to be honest, Wutaru. I could see that happening. Like, let's say somebody pays somebody and then they post it up on the market. Someone pays somebody to post something on the market and then they would buy it for the silver and then that's how, like, they would transfer silver, right? I guess. This doesn't look like Woosa. I'm doing my dailies right now. You see, I do my dailies. My witch is my life skiller. So we're just doing dailies right now. But we will get to some Woosa gameplay very, very soon. Very, very soon, I promise. Oops. Living my dearest friend. Okay, all we need to do is catch some horses. We need some more Imperial Guru boxes for alchemy running out. Do I even make profit? I know you make profit from meals, but I don't know if you make profit from alchemy boxes. I guess you do get the alchemy seals. You can trade those in for magical shards. The guy with the minus 10 trillion manipulated market for deep seas? Are they expensive right now? Oh, you're starting a rumor. You're starting. Oh, you found him? What happened? Yeah, you can post a link. Yeah, I don't have any restrictions on linking. Oh. This is the person? Minus 10 trillion. Does he explain what he did? Watching the stream? Well, I'm like looking at it. Does he say? Oh, there's just like music. He just has grinding videos. Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna be able to continue playing the game. Yeah, there is no explanation. But he's making a progression video on it. Utaru. He's like road to 0 silver from -10 trillion. That might take a while. That might take a while. Do you by chance have add-ons and a combo for Suck Woosa? I can check my Woosa. Yeah, I do have a Suck setup. And I do have some combo examples. Yeah, I can show you. We can try grinding in some succession if you want to see some gameplay. Maybe that'll help. It is in Thailand? Yeah, it seems to be in Thai. Yeah, it seems like that. Yeah, I think I recognize the characters to be Thai characters. So I guess they're in the C servers. And yeah, I'm curious as to what he did. There's like zero explanation. I guess they would be able to see his transaction, right? Like, because all the transactions are logged, right? So I guess it would be pretty easy for PA to just check the transactions and see if there's any fishy business going on, right? Okay, daily's done. That'd be nice of you. No worries, no worries. So when playing Succession Woosa, I think a good rule of thumb to follow a structure would be summoning your clouds and then activating them is like the simplest way to go about it. So there's two main abilities that you would want to use to do that. The first ability is Cloud Carve. This is probably your most important ability because it provides a -20 DP debuff onto your enemies, right? So SF. So that is the first way to summon a cloud, right? And most of your Sagunja abilities will activate them. So SLMB, Shift E, Shift F, WE, right? All of them will activate the Rain Cloud. And this Rain Cloud will do additional damage over time, right? And another ability that will spawn them is SE, right? So SE summons another Rain Cloud, and then you can activate it with your Sagunja abilities. Shift Q will also activate them as well. So those are ways to activate them. And so a good way to start is pressing F. F provides an AP buff, right? So when you read the abilities, it kind of like starts making sense, and logically you would want to start with your AP buff, right? You get 20 AP. It actually, if you hold down F, you will follow up with Cloud Carve. So a good like starter combo would be holding F, and that's your start. right? So that would be your starter combo. And then afterwards, you would want to activate it. A good one to do is Shift F, Shift E, right? So do F, Shift F, Shift E. So start off with that. Maybe I can write it down. Maybe it'd be easier if I write it down. Suck starter combo. So the F and then hold F into Shift F, Shift E. So again, F and then Shift F, Shift E. And then maybe another good one to follow up would be is SLMB into Shift LMB. So SLMB, Shift LMB. So I always try to break it up in 2 hit combos, which means you can break it up with movement, right? So if I break it up like this, SLMB into, oops, Shift LMB, right? That means every 2 hits you can use a dash. You know what I mean? So hold F, right? And then I move, right? And then Shift F, Shift E, and then I move, and then SLMB, Shift LMB, right? So you always want to look for ways to, because most of the time when you're grinding, you're not always statically standing in place, you know. And also that is true. Yeah, repositioning for back attacks, exactly. So that would be a good way to start off. And so another thing to also kind of min-max is when you look at your passive here, it's called Quiet Waters. Yes, Quiet Waters. So it says here specifically only 2 storm clouds can be summoned at a time, and it will not appear in the same spot. So you kind of want to summon a storm cloud, activate it, and then by the end of your like first quote unquote combo, you summon another cloud and activate that again. So maybe you could go F, Shift F, Shift E, SLMB, Shift LMB, right? And then SE to summon another cloud, right? And then you activate the second. You see, there's another rain cloud going by the end of that combo, you know? Additionally, if you need a filler, spacebar is a good filler after most abilities, but be careful because if you press spacebar while nothing is happening, you just jump. You do the jump of shame. So most abilities will chain into wing beat, right? That's the ability. So after any ability, you can do wing beat, essentially, to fill the combo. But ideally, you would want to use it when it has no cooldown, because although you can use it while on cooldown, you lose the crit rate damage as well as the forward guard, right? So the natural crit rate, I believe, should be 50%. Yeah, so you have 50% additional crit rate when it's off cooldown. Again, although you can use it while on cooldown, you don't get forward guard or the crit rate. So it's a little bit weaker. So you would want to use it ideally when it has no cooldown so that you can take advantage of the additional damage and forward guard protection, right? So maybe you could do something like F, hold F, Shift F, Shift E, SLMB, Shift LMB, spacebar, right? And then SE, Shift Q, and then you're waiting for cooldowns. And by the time your storm is done, you could repeat, right? It should be, your cooldown should be back up, right? You might notice that my top row here pretty much encompasses that combo. Do you see my top row of cooldowns? So I encourage you to set up your cooldowns so that you can kind of see it's going. So watch my top row carefully, right? So F, holding F, and then Shift F, Shift E, SLMB, Shift LMB, spacebar, right? I did my 100%. Spacebar is also your 100%. You can use it if you want in grinding. It is fun to use, but ideally just absorb. It keeps, most of the time absorbing is maybe like 90% of situations, absorbing is generally the better idea to go for, so you don't have to worry about any extra variables, right? Because if you use your 100%, you're stuck in place, right? It's a fairly long animation. So I do recommend absorbing more than using it, but it is fun to use. So definitely use it if you think it's fun to use, you know? Hello, Waifujana, hello. My old Witcher, yes, I did used to play Witch. So again, the structure is like, oh, summon your clouds, activate them, use some abilities, activate another cloud, use some abilities, repeat, right? So filler skills to use would be like Shift Q is a great filler skill, right? It's long animation.
Wooteru says,
You
if
can
Wooteru
probably
were to
take a
have
sip of
minus
water.
10 trillion silver in their marketplace, what was the reasoning behind their silver downfall? We must start drama in North America servers.
Oh. Lil J, what do you have to say?
Oh, Wooteru's silver vanished into the chaos of market blunders and cheeky mischief, perhaps? Maybe buying out all the drama supply wasn't the best financial decision.
Oh my god.
Let's see if North America servers can handle the ensuing whirlwind of
Charles, please.
shenanigans.
Finger hurt after a long grind. So here's what I do whenever, like before I start stream or after stream, I like to do something called finger exercises. Why don't we do it together? Why don't we do it together, guys? Let's do a little bit of finger exercises together, guys. Let's start. Okay, let's start off with a little shaking of hands. Okay, make sure you take care of your fingers. These are your tools for grinding. You want to take care of your tools for grinding, right? Start shaking. It only takes like 5 minutes, guys. It takes like maybe less than that. Okay, less than 5 minutes to do. Okay. All right. Open your palms. Open your fingers. Open them explosively. Now towards your face. Towards your face, guys. Towards your face. Important, towards your face and outwards, because you're like rotating your wrists, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this video was actually shown to me by one of my good friends, Aramnita. She's also another fellow BDO content creator. She's kind of taking a break right now because she had a child. But she told me she has something called carpal tunnel. And, you know, it's very painful for her. And so when she started doing this exercise, it helped with managing a lot of the pain. Now, I don't have carpal tunnel. At least I don't think I have carpal tunnel. But this will help you prevent getting it by just, you know, doing exercises that will benefit your joints, I guess. Something like that. This is also a good forearm workout. The idea also, here's something you should do. Do not have your elbows next to your torso. Try to have your elbows not touching your torso. Don't have them at the sides of your body. And then you should start feeling some burn. And the burn is important because that means it's working, right? If you are comfortable and relaxed, that means you're probably, nothing's happening probably, right? With your exercise, right? That goes with any exercise in the body. You know, when you're building muscle, right? You need to feel something happening, right? If you're just comfortable or you just like trade until like discomfort or something, you probably won't see that many results, right? This guy, you know what? I did not realize that at first, but you know what? It kind of does look like Biceptimus, you know what I mean? It does kind of look like Biceptimus, lol. Back to your backyard stuff? Alright. See you later, Wataru. Now, it's okay if you can't do it as fast as this guy. I'm sure he's had a lot of practice. The important thing is that you're doing it accurately, right? Don't be lazy about this, right? The more accurate you do it, the better for your fingers. So even if you can't do it as fast as he does, just try. Hold it, hold it. Again, don't have your elbows touching your body. That will help this exercise even more. You should start feeling something. If you haven't started feeling anything, that means something's not happening. So do it properly. And spread. And spread, guys, spread. Okay, this one, I used to do this in gym class a lot in high school. We basically always started with some sort of, stretching. Stretching is very important, guys, before you start any physical labor of any kind. Just a good habit to have. Try to always be stretching before you do anything heavily physical. Whether it be exercising or moving furniture or something like that. Just stretch the joints, the tools needed to use to move those things. So pretty much same thing with your fingers, And I promise you by the end of this, you're going to have abs on your fingers, right? Don't worry, you're going to have abs on your fingers. Just keep at it. Don't you guys want abs on your fingers? More abs you got, the more silver you'll make. The more silver. Okay. Oh, did Vel spawn? I didn't even realize Vel spawned. Oh, well, I guess I missed Vel. Oh, right, because it's 1 hour early. I thought Vel was spawning later. Such. I forgot about stupid daylight savings. My mind. I remember all the dreams. Okay, 1 second, guys. One second. I've done it faster than before. Alone. Okay. You're to have swollen fingers? Oh. That's not good. Why are they swollen? Why are they swollen? Wait. Oh no, my alchemy stone's out of charge. Out of my mind. You playing Suck nowadays? Mostly Awakening. I was just demonstrating for Bear how to play Succession because they were asking about. Oh, you were asking about add-ons too, right? So I think these ones this one I was using specifically for yes, this is for Star's End. So I guess the only thing you would want to switch is down attack to back attack. Right? So any down attack you see here, just switch to back attack and then you could probably just use it. I feel like add-ons are not too important in PvE. Well, obviously they're important, but I mean, like where you put them, I feel like is not that important. Like as long as you have it somewhere and you're pressing your buttons, it's probably working, So as long as you got like back attack somewhere, crit damage, crit rate somewhere, attack speed somewhere, you're probably doing something right, I guess the only thing I would maybe change here. Oh, another thing is Cloud Rise. Cloud Rise can be interrupted with a dash, and then it will continue going. It will also apply your add-ons on the very first tick. And so, when I was doing my Star's End combo, I would always try to like start with this, and then go into the rest of my, shindig, right? Another thing you can add as well is WC and C. I find these like pretty fast to do. Like their DPS is kind of high because of how fast they go out. So I guess what you can try and add is something like this. Shift F, Shift E, W, C, C. It's a little bit, it might be a little bit, you know, potentially hard to press, and then swap back to SLMB, Shift LMB, right? Because of the fingering. But that could be another way to optionally add more DPS, right? I always try to add them together so that their cooldowns will be back up. So again, it would be like F, hold F, Shift E, W, C, C, SLMB, Shift LMB. Something like that. That would like be a little bit of an extension you could try out, you know? And I have them right here. So again, I like to pair them together just because of how fast they go out. Now, just keep in mind, WC will only fast cast after most Sagunja abilities. So Sagunja Plum is SLMB, Sagunja Bamboo is WE, Sagunja Chrysanth is Shift F, and Sagunja Orchid is Shift E. So you can use WC into C after C will fast cast after literally anything. I noticed, even if you like Q block into C will fast cast, but WC is very particular about only fast casting after Sagunja abilities. So you can again, after use it, Shift E, WCC or something, right? Won't work. Even you can even do it before Shift LMB. So you could do SLMB, WC, C, Shift LMB works really nicely. So like something like this. So SLMB, WCC, Shift LMB flows really nicely together. So you could put it in between there. So options like that, right? So obviously, right, it'll take some time to get used to all the combinations. You'll notice that certain abilities will not fast cast after certain abilities. Here's a really weird one. Shift Q will fast cast into Shift F into Shift E, but not the other way around, which is weird. So if you do Shift Q into Shift E, it will not. So like this. See, I'm holding Shift E here. It will slow cast after this. You see, that's a slow cast. Weird. And then vice versa for Shift RMB flow. So if you do this, it would only fast cast after Shift E, Shift F. But if you try to do the other way around, Shift F into Shift E, look at this. So Shift RMB, and then I hold RMB, and then I try to do Shift F, it's a slow cast. Do you see? Like there's some weird rules there. So not that you should learn this right now. I'm just letting you know that there are some flow chaining rules that you'll want to know in the future so that you don't, like, you know, you want to have it as smooth as possible. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? So don't worry about this for now. I'm just letting you know that there is some rules like that. And if you ever notice that something is slow casting, there's probably some weird rule set that is happening. And then you can ask me of like, oh, why is this not fast casting after certain things? You know what I mean? I wish you could just fast cast after any ability, but yeah, maybe it's the spaghetti coding happening. Hi, Hadelia. How are you? How are you? Woosa, yes, I love both of her kits. I love both of her. I mean, I hard rolled to her as soon as I saw Woosa in general. She is an amazing class. Well, why don't we do some grinding? So maybe that will help you with learning the class, and you can maybe ask questions if you have any. Like, let's say you are, I don't know, when you're pressing your buttons, something's not happening. Like, why isn't this working? Why isn't that happening? So we'll see. We'll see. Also, this would be a nice change of pace because I was grinding in Awakening last stream for like 18 hours. I did not expect to do an 18-hour stream. It just happened. It just happened. All right, let's head over to Calpheon and we'll do some Star Zen. I still think SE on is still the biggest damage spell on Woosa. Do you mean SE in Awakening? Jana, or SE in succession? I think you mean Awakening, right? Do you mean Blooming Death? If so, yeah, it is like a really hard-hitting skill. Yeah, it pretty much guarantees back attack, which is nice. Also, a really iconic skill, right? I feel like Blooming Death is the most iconic skill for Awakening Woosa. It's just so stylish. And also, I don't think there's any other ability that does that in the game, no? Right? Are there any attacks that other classes can do that hit from behind while you're in front of them? Right? I can maybe see, like, you know, if you dash through an enemy, I guess that could hit behind, but you know, I feel like that's the only ability in the game that can actually hit from behind while you are in front of the target. You know what I mean? So it's a very unique skill in that way. Ooh, let's remember to pick up our daily here. Let me just check on my light stones here. Do I have down attack? I don't. Let's go swap that real quick. I kind of wish the light stones worked like reforged stones. So how the reforged stones work here is that they essentially, you could swap them out at any point, and I kind of wish the light stone sets were kind of like that too, right? Same thing with the like base. I feel like you could just make, you know, you could just make a crystal bag, but for reforged stone, oh sorry, for light stones, and then have it that way instead. You know what I mean? That'd be so much nicer. So you could just switch them whenever you want, you know? I still have difficulties at Nymphomare Castle because of the stupid debuff. It's super risky even when I pop the HP regen bombs. Yeah, definitely you got to kill the tower thingies, right? The little the pillar thingies that spawn. I can't remember what they're called. And that should avoid the debuff, right? Also, hi Maid Vital, welcome in, welcome in. How are you? How are you this fine Saturday evening? Just hit my last Ted Fallen God? Let's go. How many taps did it take you? Hi Mads, welcome in. We're just about to grind some Stars End. We do want where is it? Stun stiffness crystals. And let's also run one BSR crystal. Okay, let's head over. And then how is our reforged stones right now? Do I have the down attack ones? I do, okay. I still don't get it. I get the increasing debuffs faster than the tower spawn at Nymphomare. I didn't grind there for too long. I just remember, you know, Nagas would spawn in like a triangle, and then occasionally there'd be like this little, you know, this little like pillar thingy that spawns, and you gotta kill it. And then a big guy spawns, and then once you kill the big guy, you go up on the tower, and then you hit the bubble, and then you come back down, and then you gotta kill the little fishies, right? So that's what I remember about Nymphomare Castle. It went at 950, but have to say that it pitied armor and helmet. Yeah, that does suck. But hey, now you're done, right? That was your last one, right? So hey, now you're done. Well, what's next? What's next in your gear goals? Working on. Do you already have all your deck Karazads? Are your Karazads all decked now? Guys, the Monster Hunter soundtrack is so freaking good. I love Monster Hunter. One ring at deck and earring. Okay, okay. Is your bottleneck the Dawnstones? I pitied 3 out of my 4 pieces to try, and I'm most likely gonna pity your 4th. I feel like the pity for the armor, they're gonna lower it. I feel like they're eventually gonna lower it. Because the barrier to entry is so freaking high, right? So I feel like they're gonna lower it like they did with, you know, what's it called? Pen Lackstar, right? Surely. Hey, Jay, do you remember this clip? Oh man. 6 years ago. I don't think I remember it. It's been a long time. What about this clip? Oh, when they were like using the Griffin crate, like they were riding on the Griffin that's holding the crate. Oh, holy shit. That's crazy. That's amazing. Dang, 20k views. Holy. That's an amazing clip though. That's an amazing clip. Blood on the game board, looking like rainfall. It's a moment. It's opened. So loud, loud, loud. It's a immortal now, 'cause once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. To the sun, okay, my kingdom come. God, 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 God. Oh yeah, we got a pure Blackstone, guys, from Star's End yesterday. That's crazy. This is like my first Blackstone in like years. Holy moly. Letter. Game on the Raptors. Okay. What's our AP against demi-humans? So we should be at, okay, 1941. So the AP cap is 1950, but when we Z-buff, it should be there. I just need to get, if I get my, you know, main hand to deck, then that would reach the cap pretty easily. Once you play God, they're gonna crumble. I feel like I'm missing one thing, guys. What am I missing? Sun. Hey, I'm sure it's nothing. Oh, horse buff. I can get a horse buff. That's another 5 AP. Is there a spot that I will kill one big mob instead of groups of mobs that I can do solo, not like Olin's? Iserhead Highlands? What's her AP right now? Because I feel like Iserhead Highlands is kind of that. You're kind of just like killing one big giant robot. 955. I don't think not at your AP level, but when you reach like 1100-ish, that's when you could maybe do it. To play God. But for now, I don't think at the moment for your AP level. Play God. You're gonna crumble one by one. Run into the sun. Elvia Giants? I guess there is a mechanic there where you do kill a big mob, but it is still kind of regularly grinding. You could try Alvia Giants, yeah. That's higher than Izrahid. Is it? What's the AP for Giants? Color for weapon is just optic, right? Like aesthetics? Yeah, just an aesthetic thing. It is just aesthetics. But the better you look, the more damage you do. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. So that's how it works in every video game? Exactly. Elvia Trolls wasn't one of those where you kill one single big die. Trolls, yes. But I don't think you have enough AP for Trolls though at 955. I think Trolls is in like 1100 or something. Maybe more actually. Loot, loot, loot. Yeah, they only have 955 AP, which is still pretty early. I think at that point, you're kind of stuck at Honglin for a bit. I think that's where a lot of people stay until they reach 1100 is Honglin base. Have you done Honglin base yet? I don't know how much I'll get by getting a sub-sovereign weapon. Sub-sovereign weapon combines the Kudum, right? Do you have a Garmoth setup by chance, man? Because if you just set up a Garmoth gear planner, then you can just see everything, you know, without having to think. Right? It does all the math for you. So if you haven't done so already, definitely set up a Garmoth. It doesn't take that long. It doesn't take that long, I promise. So you just log in with your Discord. Like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Sovereign sub hand isn't worth it until you're 309 sheet AP. That is true, yes. So you do get a lot of scaling AP after 310. And so maybe don't worry about that for now. 308 sheet DP. Okay, well, I think that means that you'll probably be able to take advantage of this Sovereign Subweapon if you're 308 sheet AP. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Ooh, but I don't recognize the number. That means I can ignore it, right? That means I can ignore it, right, guys? Surely. It's probably a print any of free cron stones. So you're saying I should have answered it? Frick. I think I've got the combo down here for Star's End. Yeah, I think I've got a pretty good combo going. The issue, I guess, now is movement. Because Awakening has such amazing movement compared to Succession. Oh, it instantly died. It's a little bit unsatisfying when it just auto dies. Because I want to be the one to kill it. Not the crystal. Okay, just responding to a DM real quick. Oh, hi, Velshmertz. Oh, yeah, it has been such a long time. How have you been? What have you been up to? Have you still been keeping up with BDO, Velshmertz? Maybe playing some other games? Focusing on IRL stuff? What's going on? Had a video break, but you're back now. Okay, okay. Well, how's your progression right now? What's it looking like right now? Oh my god, the cake interrupted my stormfall. Ain't no way. The damn cake. Do you have a current awakening Woosa combo with add-ons? I do, yes. Oh, if you type exclamation add-ons, you can see my add-on thing there. And then if you type exclamation mark combo, I have a bunch of combo examples you could try out. Where are you currently grinding? By chance, where are you currently grinding? Because I have some combos tailored for specific spots. So I have one specifically for Dark Seekers, one specifically for Ton Grants. If you're looking for something more generic, here's like a very simple one you could follow, which is just holding down Shift R and B until you do Soul Cleanse, and then WE for Soul Shower, and then hold it down for the flow, and then SE, and then hold it down for the flow. So that's a like very basic bread and butter combo. And then your shift skills, Shift LMB, Shift E, Shift F, all those can be used as filler and then repeat. So that can be a very, very simple one to learn. The important thing is that you're learning the muscle memory. And then once you learn how to do the muscle memory, then you can start doing some other fancier stuff, you know? You can start adding some different spices, right? Upgrade from salt and pepper into like, you know, adding some paprika, adding some cumin, onion, garlic. Combo for SE and Zephyrus. Ah, okay. So at SE, I'm sure, have you grinded SE before? So I mean, if you watch right now, I'm trying to do like a burst, right? So you don't really care too much about sustain at SE. You're trying your best to burst the mobs as much as possible. So an easy way to kill the crystal, try this, is lateral soul cleanse into. If I was an awakening, I could show you. It would be much easier to show you an awakening, but do lateral soul cleanse as you're approaching, or F, and to hold E for River's End. If you type, do I have my Awakening Stars End add-ons as a command? I'm trying to remember. I don't think so. Dang, the one time I decided to set up for Succession, some Awakening questions come up. Usually I get questions about Succession, and it's much easier to show Succession combos while you're Awakening because you can use your Awakening abilities, or you can use your pre-Awakening abilities in Awakening, but you can't do the other way. But try F into E into W RMB RMB WE. Can you write that down? So F, W, RMB, RMB, WE, hold E, and that should kill the crystal. That's your crystal breaking combo. And then once you break the crystal, get ready to like set up your flowers. Do Shift RMB, RMB, pre-use that before the monsters appear in the middle, right? And then do the same thing as your crystal combo. Is essentially lateral soul cleanse to reposition into E, into W, RMB, RMB, WE, and then hold down SE, and then that should kill them. If they don't die, use your filler skills. I know, I'm so sorry, Hulk. It's, again, if I was an Awakening, I could show you very easily visually, but I'm trying to translate it into my head right now for you. Oh, actually, hold on, I have a clip. I forgot. I do have a clip. If you go to my clips, if you just click on my channel, right, and then go to my clips, there's this Stars End combo clip, and then that might help you figure it out. Although I don't remember if I go over keybinds. I might go over the keybinds on that clip, but I clipped it for somebody who was asking. Oh, my Discord. I just remembered. I explained the entire process on my Discord. So if you haven't joined my Discord yet, join my Discord. If you go to either general or help and advice, I go over the exact combo I use in detail to somebody who is asking about my Stars End combo like you are. So try that. Go to my Discord, go to help and advice section, or it might be in general. Just scroll up a bit It shouldn't take you too long, but somebody was also asking about a Star Zen combo, and I go into it in exact detail in there. And you can also ask me questions there as well. I'll always try to get back to people. Additionally, there might be questions that somebody may have already asked and that you might also have the same questions. So try like scrolling up on the general or help and advice section, and I may have already answered a question, or maybe you don't have that question, but you might find some useful information, because I like to answer in detail in those ask and help and advice posts for like gear things or for combo stuff. So try just scrolling up. You might find some useful information that I've already like explained, you know. Sabotage, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Hey everyone, I'm a returning player from BDO SA. I think I'm going to move to NA. I see there are events for returning and new players. I do have an old account, but my characters are very low level. Udi, basically as starting as a new account, do you know these accounts get better rewards than returning accounts in these events? I think, okay, if you don't have many progress, I recommend starting a new account, Yorman, because there is a mentor-mentee event going on right now. Let me see if I can find it. And if you become a mentee for somebody, so you can only become a mentee if you've made a new account after February 26. And so you can easily get some additional rewards by being somebody's mentee. And if you want, you could be my mentee and I can help you out and I can like power level you or something, because we both get rewards if you progress to 700 gear score, which is very easy to do. So if you want, I can give you a code and you can make that new account into a mentee account so that our accounts can be connected and we will both get rewards for you progressing, and I can help you progress if you need to. Jaykin, do you think Awakening Woosa would be on par on Awakening Witch on Hex Sanctuary? Awakening Woosa would be on par with Awakening Witch on Hex Sanctuary. Yeah, I would kind of think so. You both have really great AoE options in both Awakening Woosa and Awakening Witch. I would say Awakening Woosa has better mobility, although you're not moving too much in Hex Sanctuary. You're kind of just standing in one location and you can just double TP between the different locations. So either way, you know, both options are great. I don't know what would be strictly better. I feel like you will perform better on a class that you are familiar with. So if you're more familiar with Awakening Witch, you're probably going to do better numbers with Awakening Witch, and then vice versa. If you are familiar with Awakening Woosa, you're probably going to do better numbers with your Awakening Woosa. But I think they're both very, very solid classes. I don't think one is strictly better than the other in every situation. You know what I mean? Check out that mentee event. Yes, I can link you to the event page. You just give me a second here. And I can show you the rewards available. Video mentor mentee. I don't think it's called mentor mentee. It's like called something else now. I'm trying to find what it's called. Let me go to the event here. Updates, events. It's called something else. Is it a first step together? Letters of connection? Might be this one. Yes, this one. Yeah. So this is the event page. I will link you to it. How much costs 10,000 pearls on NA? I think it's like 130 bucks after tax, something like that. So this is the thing. And so if you've made your account after February 26, you can accept somebody's mentor code. And again, it would be amazing if you could accept my mentor code. And again, I can help you if you want to like power level and stuff. But basically, as you reach milestones like level 20, join a guild, this is your rewards that you get. and this is what I get. I get like a, you know, some titles, but you get a bunch of different stuff. You get a bunch of cron stones, stacks. So when you reach 700 gear score, we will both get these items here. And so it is very beneficial for both the mentor and mentee to grow together. Do you play SE with down attack add-ons? Yes, you have to, Hulk, because that's how the grind spot works. So basically these mobs have a crazy DP buff. And what happens is that they get knocked down and their DP buff goes away. And if they stand back up, they're pretty much almost impossible to kill. It's almost not even worth it to kill them if they stand back up. So you want to burst them down as much as possible. So that's how the dynamic of this grind spot works. And then these summon mobs, they don't have like they don't have a DP buff at all, so you can kill them easily. But yeah, you have to burst them down as hard as you can. Otherwise, if they stand back up, you should just move on to the next pack. To be honest, it's not worth trying to waste time killing the mobs that stand back up, because they're gonna take forever to die, even at my AP level. So that's how the grind spot dynamic works. You want to burst them down as hard as you can. I think you got a good 10 seconds, maybe less, maybe like 7 seconds to kill them, but you have a short amount of time if you're not at cap. Operator. Does Agris go further at Star's End versus Sever? I'm not 100% sure, Pandikachu. I haven't not really been paying attention. To be honest, I kind of just permanently have Agris turned on. Because if I don't, it's gonna stack up and then I'm gonna waste it. You know, I think I've wasted like well over 1 million Agris just because I haven't really been active. You know, sometimes I don't have time to grind, and so if at any point I can use the Agris, I do, rather than save it for like an hour. You know, just think of Agris as like a bonus. You know, don't worry about having a hour that's like partially Agris and an hour that's not partially Agris. You know what I mean? Like if you run out midway, that's fine. Like don't worry about that. It's it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So for me personally, I mean, if you're trying to get some numbers, sure, right? You want to have your full hour Agris if you're trying to understand, you know, collect some data. But I personally would not worry about it that much. Just have it, just turn it on, you know, and grind. I'm more comfy on Witch, but I want to get back into Awakening Woosa. Well, if that's your goal, play Awakening Woosa. Yeah. Don't worry about your efficiency then, Belschmertz, right? So whenever you are playing a class, you want to think about your priorities and goals, right? What's your goal right now? If your goal is to efficiently grind, then play the class that will, you know, get you to your goals of efficiently grinding to your next gear goal. But if you're trying to learn a new class, obviously you're not going to do as well on a new class that you've never played before or you're still learning, right? But that's the price you pay for learning a new class, right? So don't worry about your efficiency if you're learning a new class. That's just normal. That is a normal thing to happen, is that you will take a hit in your efficiency because you're learning a brand new class. But what you get out of it is you're learning a brand new class that you're probably going to have more fun on, you know? You're prioritizing your enjoyment for the game, right? Maybe you're bored of Witch, right? And you're not motivated to grind on Witch because you're bored. But let's say you are motivated to grind on Woosa, maybe you'll spend more hours grinding overall and make more money overall because you are grinding on a class you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, it just makes sense. If you're gonna spend hundreds and hundreds of hours, thousands of hours playing BDO, you might as well be on a class you're enjoying currently. Right, and if you're not enjoying the class anymore, you just move on. That's probably the most consistent way of being able to progress in BDO as well, is that you're having fun alongside it, you know? Have you played Succession Witch by chance? You got 80k? Yeah. That's my fear. Chico, is that I'm approaching cap of Agris, and then let's say something comes up IRL, and then I can't grind, and then I'm wasting the Agris, right? So I'd rather have it permanently on and grind potentially inefficiently at a spot that might not be the most efficient, right? Than rather trying to min-max the Agris than capping out and then I can't even use the Agris, in which case that's more inefficient, right? It's more inefficient to cap out the Agris and then you can't use it in the first place, right? So just have it on permanently. I promise your life will be so much easier and you don't have to think about it anymore, right? Stitches. Showcases. I've played Suck Witch. I suck ass with it. Well, you could always learn and not suck ass, unless you're into that. I'm tired of your lies, Jay. How you doing? I'm doing well, Tingle Watts. How are you, Tingle Watts? I feel like the last time we talked, Tingle, you were like high out of your mind. Are you okay now? You okay now? You good? When isn't Tingle high? True. Hi, Butters. Welcome in. What's this I hear about ass sucking? Well, Velschmertz can tell you all about ass sucking, right, Velschmertz? We were talking about cock builds. What? Do you know what cock is? Yeah, you guys know what cock builds are? Anyone play Path of Exile by chance? If you played Path of Exile, you guys know what cock builds are. Anyone playing the new league at the moment?
Who the hell is that?
Wait, who is that?
Whoa. He's a doctor?
He's a doctor.
Who the fuck is Johnny Sims? That I thought Johnny Sims was like an actor.
She's not wrong.
She's not wrong. I defeated Sangun C9 for the first time. Let's go, Satar. If you can do C9, you can do C10, Satar. Jay, no, he's an actor. I've seen all his stuff. Tingle Boss. He's an amazing actor. I love his movies. He gets so deeply invested into his roles. I know. The immersion. It feels like I'm there. I'm stuck, Woosa. It looks like you are too. Do you think it's easier than Awakening? Oh, well, I played both. I played Awakening Woosa for like 18 hours last stream. And so I'm like, oh, let's switch it up. Let's play some Succession. I think they're both easy in their own way. Reaping Beauty. I think they're easy in their own way. I think Awakening has the better movement kit though, compared to Succession, because with Awakening you get both the Succession kit and Awakening movement kit, So I would say that is the one department where I would prefer Awakening over Succession is the movement. Whereas for Succession, you just got, you know, WF, shift space, right? But you got all of that in Awakening plus the Awakening kit, right? So that's the one thing I do miss for the movement. I mean, movement is okay. Definitely movement is okay with Succession, but, you know, Awakening does have the strictly better movement. Oh my god, who put that rock there? What the heck? I'm super used to Woosa, but I feel like she's getting some hate now. I think mostly, well, I don't think it's like hate. It's more like people have the mentality of if you're not first, you're last. And you can kind of say that about most classes that are not meta, right? So I think for the most part, I think most people can agree that Woosa is not a meta class at the moment, and Awakening is more meta than Succession, right? So I wouldn't really worry about those people too much. If you enjoy Woosa, keep playing it. Keep playing it. I enjoy Woosa overall, so I play both. I mean, for the most part, when she first came out, right, she was amazing, right? She was considered an S tier class back when she came out, right? And for the most part, she's kind of retained the majority of her power, right? She's kind of like stayed the same for a long time, but she has been power crept, right? So because everybody else went up and she kind of stayed in the same place, it's kind of like she got worse, but not really, right? She's still like decent, but because everybody else went up, it feels as if she went down, but she didn't go down. Everybody else went up. She got like, I guess the word for it would be power crept, right? Power creep. She got power creeped. But definitely, you know, at the very beginning, right? She was such an amazing grinder, and she still is. It's just that everybody else, you know, got better at grinding too, right? Which mythical mount do you think is better overall? Pegasus. 100% Pegasus. Do not pick any other mythical mount in the beginning. Dine, I mean, when are you going to use the water walking capabilities when you're early on? Doomhorse, I guess you could make an argument that you could run and hold down F longer, but why would you want to run when you can fly, you know? So definitely 100% the Pegasus and the mythical Arduinat. You detapped your alchemy stone? Oh, sheesh. Congrats, Hulk. Let's go. Hi, Rex. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Reaping Beauty. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you. Also nice to hear another Woosa Enjoyer in chat. I always enjoy talking with Woosa Enjoyers. You got your Splendid? Let's go. Hey, if you got more taps, you can go for a Shining. Wait, you gifted a sub before subbing yourself? Oh, you're very generous. Ooh, since you are a Woosa Enjoyer, I love asking this to Woosa Enjoyers. If you could improve something about Woosa, what would you do? Like, if you could make a change for next patch, what would you do? Besides just attack speed and damage, I feel like those are boring answers. Give me some interesting answers. So for me, I would love if Woosa got different rain skills. right? So you know how she can activate her rain clouds with certain Sangunja skills, right? So for, you can activate it with like Plum, right? This one, it would be cool if you could get Healing Rain, it'd be cool if you got Healing Rain with Plum. And then for like Shift F, it would be the Speed Rain, right? Because it gives you movement speed, so you can get like movement speed to your allies and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Oh, that'd be so cool. That would be my change for Succession Woosa, is some different rain utility, Stacking DP buff back, yes. I feel like if they gave it back, it wouldn't be that OP, right? It would be a good step in the right direction, right? I just have a dilemma. I know the game is giving away T10 and T9 cheese. I have a friend who is going to give me Crimson Desert code for BDO comes out, which I assume is a T9. Does it come with a Dream Arduino box? It does? I thought it comes with the skin. Or is it both the T9 and the skin? Oh, it's both. Oh. I guess what you could do is pick a different T10, pick up one of the other T9s, and then get pick up a T9 Arduino and then get the second one. I guess you could do that. That is true. But you'd have to wait until you get your Arduino later. If you're okay with that, that is better future-proof, right? You would future-proof yourself better with that. That is true. So that is a fine choice as well. That is an okay choice as well, if you're okay with waiting. And if you're okay with waiting, then you might save yourself some time with getting a second T9 for the Pegasus. That is true. And hey, they do give away some mythical sensors here and there for the beginning, right? Like beginner rewards and stuff like that, right? Like Olvia Academy, etc., etc. So you could just one tap your T10 Arduino as well. So yeah. That I did not know that you get both a T9, and I thought you just got the skin, but it's the T9 and the skin. Okay. That's good to know. In which case, yeah, I would get the Doom. If you're gonna pick a second T10, I would get the Doom over the Dine any day. Because the water walking, not the most useful skill in the game. I would allow more than just 2 clouds. Oh, like they can stack. Stacking rain. Give her a grab, Mr. Jabs. There's no way they're gonna give Woosa a grab. There's no way. I feel like that wouldn't be very thematic of the class, right? I don't really view Woosa as a class that would get a grab. If anything, I kind of think they might, if they were gonna give a grab, it would be to Megu instead, like Awakening Megu. Like I could see Awakening Megu getting a grab, but I couldn't ever see Woosa having a grab. Yes, the Magnus skill would, like a more usable Magnus skill would be amazing. 100%. Yeah. Should I claim T10 Doom and T10 Dine and I'll get Pegasus? I would get another Pegasus, Yorman. So I would do T9 Pegasus and then you pick the other gender T9 and then you can start tapping for T10 Pegasus and then work on your Dine later, right? Because you want all 3 T10s, right? Because once you get all 3 T10s, you'll get something called Krogdalo Sanctuary. And this is what it looks like. Hold on, let me just kill this pack here. This is what it looks like right here. And it allows you to store 5 horses in your pocket. So you can call on them at any point, right? You can call your horse at any point. You can horse buff on them. And then you can just shove them back in your pocket. So I would do T10 Doom and then T9 Pegasus. pick a male and then pick up the T9 female, you know, when the pre-order comes, right? But don't open the T9 yet, is my advice. Don't open T9 yet. Open it once you get the pre-order from Crimson Desert, because you know, just in case, right? Because you're not going to use the T9 anyways. You're probably going to use your T9 Doom. Oh, sorry, T10 Doom, right? You're probably going to use T10 Doom. So just like wait on the T9 box until Crimson Desert comes out and then claim both, right? You would claim both one male and one female T9 Pegasus. That's what I would do. You know what I mean? And then save up your mythical sensors from all of the free, you know, rewards that the mythical sensors provide from, like Olvia Academy. And then maybe potentially when Crimson Desert releases and you get your, you know, your other T9, you could potentially get a T10 Pegasus from those free sensors. So try that, try that. Are you starting a new account today? You really like SE? I do. It's my favorite spot, Butaro. I love SE. SE was my favorite grind spot back then. Back in 2018, 2019. That was my favorite grind spot. And so they brought it back. So I'm so happy. Well, you do play Shy, and I don't imagine Shy being the best best class here. Right, Shy does, like her down attacks are very limited. So I imagine it's like a little bit tough on a Shy to be grinding here, right? Give Shy a grab. You know, I could actually see Shy getting a grab if I have to be honest. I could see her getting a grab. A cloud generator. Maybe that could be the Magna skill, you know? Or one of her Raboms. Could be one of her Raboms that she could have. For generating a cloud, you know? Raboms or Magna skill would make sense. I powered through the work to rest again. You're doing a lot of stuff in the backyard, right? All right, what are you doing? Like planting trees or something? Planting plants? Or you're moving rocks? Oh, landscaping. You're doing landscaping? Oh, okay. Is that her job? Is that what she does for a living, Utara? Or is that just like for the house? Notice how get quiet when there's no one else around. You and awkward silence. Reminders of how you don't feel the same. Perfect, blah, blah, blah. You'd wake up one day. Oh, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. Should have hired Webby landscaping and got kids. Wait, you do landscaping, Webby? Is that what you do? And shaping into the blue. Hi, Jobel. That's your main character. Oh, I didn't know you do landscaping. Today, when I talk to you. How are you, Jabal? What have you been up to these days, Jabal? I haven't seen you in a while. Is it just work? Don't work too hard. On this star. Ooh, another thing I would love for Succession to have, for them to change. It could be just a just like a visual thing, but her what's it called? Her inherited awakening skills. Are these one of the prime skills? I kind of wish, because you know, a lot of the older classes, for the most part, their prime skills are inherited from awakening for the most part, right? For example, Witch and Wizard, they literally inherit Voltaic Pulse, Equilibrium Break, you know, Aqua Jail, and Bow Light of Destruction from Awakening. And so the prime skills for Succession Woosa look nothing like the aesthetic of Awakening. So I would love for them to just make it visually like Awakening. Even if they don't change anything about it, just make it more visually like Awakening Woosa. How do you move so fast with Succession? Oh, just like movement wise? Satire? So there's a couple movement tricks you could do. The best one is WF. So here, let me show you. So the Shift W, WF, Shift W. So that's your easy way to go about it. It does have a cooldown though. So that's why I track it here, right? So it's a 5-second cooldown. And then another way is pressing either R and B or E. I like E. And you basically do Shift WE, Shift WE, Shift WE, Shift WE, Shift WE, Shift WE, right? And so that's the second way, right? So first way again, Shift W, WF, Shift W. Second way, Shift WE, Shift WE. And again, you can do Shift R and B if you prefer. I like E because that's what I'm used to. And then the third way is actually using your own skills as dash cancels like this. And you basically use up your cooldowns as attacks as dashes, but that does use up your cooldowns. And so if you need to attack, you shouldn't do that, right? That's your like burst movement in case you don't need attacks, right? So do those first two methods first. Is Shift W, WF, Shift W would be the easy one to go for. And then the second one would be Shift WE or Shift W RMB and then repeat. But basically you're canceling the animation of the Shift W with an attack so you can continue dashing. So there is a reason to do R&B over E, and that reason being, Satire, is that you have a forward guard for R&B whenever it's on cooldown, off cooldown, right? So you have one forward guard, right? You have one forward guard occasionally, every few seconds. It's not that big of a deal, especially in PvE, but in PvP that potentially might matter. Like, let's say you're trying to get to somebody, right? And you want to stay forward guarded, you could do an RMB to do so. So there is that particular reason to do RMB over E for that one tiny forward guard, but in PvE that shouldn't matter that much, you know? They're both kind of the same speed in my opinion. I haven't really noticed too big of a speed difference between the two. And if you're an awakening, Woosa, you could do that too. right? All the tricks I just showed you for Succession, you can do in Awakening, every single one. That's why I say that, you know, Awakening has a strictly better movement kit, is because not only do you have the Awakening movement kit, you have every single movement kit from Succession as well. So all the tricks I just showed you, you can do in Awakening. What's better nowadays, Sucker or Awakening Tamer? I have no idea. I have no idea. I've never played Tamer in my entire life. But maybe somebody in chat knows. Anybody know, guys? Any Tamer enjoyers? They're gonna buff. So I believe every class in the game will eventually get changes going forward with the development of BDO. When that will be is the question, right? But for sure, 100% every class will get class changes going forward, but we just don't know when that will happen for each class because there's so many different classes now, right? So we will see. Sword got changes already. It is coming. I mean, yeah, there was quite a bit of changes on the global labs for a lot of different classes, right? So hey, there we go. Class changes. We just gotta wait for our turn. Buff shy protection. What specifically do you want more protection on? Maybe some super armor on 1, 2, 3 maybe? Oh, you want forward guard on 1, 2, 3. Okay. Would you prefer forward guard or super armor on 1, 2, 3? SA, but that would be too OP. Okay. Stupid boots. We want balance not to be OP. We also need more iframes. Okay. Where would you want the iframes to be on? Like a brand new skill for iframes, or an iframe on a currently existing skill? Oh, shorter cooldown on hop is what you're saying. Okay. What about iframe on WF? On the roll. So you have like 2 charges of an iframe, you know? Oh, I hate okay, I can't butterfly step there because otherwise I'll fall off the cliff. SA and roll? Well, like, yeah, iframe instead of SA, you know? You know, I kind of want them to potentially rework We're Gonna Win, because nobody really uses that skill, right? I feel like when it comes to class changes, it'd be nice for, like, it just goes for like any class, is that if there's any ability that nobody ever uses, I feel like that's something that should be worked on, you know? You know what I mean? So if it's not a usable skill, or if it's not used very often, I feel like that's something that they can improve, you know? In which case, how would we improve We're Gonna Win? Maybe it's a new set of songs. Right? What about a new set of songs? So you can use, like, I don't know, violin songs and piano songs, and they would have different effects. So you could choose, oh, are we going to do the original Shy, which original Shy buffs are already insane, right? Or you could use a new set of songs with We're Gonna Win. You know, that's how I would change it. What those skills would do, I guess that's up for discussion, right? But that would be cool if we could, because, you know, Shy does, like, you know, thematically, she can play all instruments. So it'd be cool if she got some more additional song effects. Reverse effects, like it's a debuff instead of a buff. Like instead of a speed spell, it's a slow spell for enemies. Is that what you mean by reverse effects? Okay, I can see that. And then those abilities should definitely have super armor then, because otherwise, if it's unprotected, it's not going to be usable, right? Okay, so the HP buff would be a HP debuff. Reduce enemy HP by 1500. Something like that. And then the CC resistance, that one doesn't really do anything though, right? What would that do instead? If that was going to be a usable skill. Because ignore resist doesn't exist anymore. And then I guess for the BSR one would be like, oh, they basically can't regenerate BSR. Heal debuff. Oh. Oh yeah, maybe instead of the max HP one, it could be a heal debuff instead. That would kind of make more sense for the max HP one to be a heal debuff. Because I feel like the resistance one should be thinking a little bit more. Oh yeah, Misty could be, yeah, Misty Hiss could be a damage increase. Would it be like just like a flat AP increase, or like actually a percentage AP increase? Forward. Oh yeah, so they can't recover forward guard, right? It'd be kind of like a Corsair debuff, right? That'd be kind of cool. And then for BSR, maybe they just don't recover BSR, you know? Okay, we're thinking. Okay, so that covers the flute songs. What about the bongo abilities? So the bongo abilities are thematically CCs, right? Would you want to keep them as the bongo skills? Or brand new bongo skills? Oh, it's like a healing skill now. Okay, I can see that. You just hold it down and you start healing your teammates. The other two would be, I don't know. Yeah, because the other two are like the different CCs, right? Like the Shift LMB, the Earth's Tremble is a knockdown. Forest Fury, whatever what it's called, Forest's Rumble is a stiffen. Maybe like additional DR, right? The other one, like you'd play the bongos and they would get plus, like you give your teammates plus DP. Oh, what about enemy? You know how like Valkyrie can give SA to your teammates? What if when you're playing those other songs, right, the other bongo skills, it gives SA to your teammates, you know? Anti-CC, you know? Reverse CC, which is SA. PA skills? Not PA skills, but it gives SA, right? Because, you know, for Valkyrie, or if you didn't know, Valkyrie gives SA to teammates, right? They have like a SA buff, and they can't get CC'd for 5 seconds. So you just play that song, and you give SA to your teammates if they come near you, or something. Oh my god, I need to not butterfly step there because I go too high. $800 hours for the last ring piece, still no show, annoying, really. A total of over 5,000 hours made vital. I mean, that's the thing about treasure pieces, right? Made vital, and you have to either get lucky or you'll be unlucky. RNG, right? But hey, I mean, I feel like whenever you go into any of those grinds, right, made vital, whether it be for the merchant ring or the telescope or any kind of rare item in the game, you kind of sign yourself up right? You sign yourself, you know what you're getting into. You should know what you're getting into, is that you could potentially be spending a lot of time on it because you're just unlucky, right? That's just how it'd be, unfortunately. Not to say you can't complain, you can definitely complain, but that is what you sign up for. Shy's the necromancer? I don't think they're gonna do that. You tried to I heard they were updating what do you call it? Ultra Blood soon. I'm really excited for that. We need some more group content. Although they're also supposed to be adding a group content in Idania soon, right? I wonder what it's gonna drop. I'm like thinking of things that you could potentially, because you know how like they're power creeping everything these days, right? Like right now we just got power creeped versions of the CC resist crystals. What else can they power creep? I kind of feel like we've power creeped every single item so far. Because we've power creeped lightstones, we've power creeped our dawn crystals, we've power creeped most of the crystals that we use. Right? What else can they power creep? You tried just a little more time. Oh, Jesus. Combine more crystals for the ultimate. Oh, you mean the Dawn? Oh, sorry, Han crystals. What's it called? This one, Macalods, Hooms, like power creeped versions of these ones. I guess I could see that. More shards. Oh, the shards are getting a little bit better. They're still kind of bad, but they're getting a little bit better now. I haven't had too much issues getting my shards because I just, you know, been grinding them. Haven't been too bad. Especially with Sakraya. Sakraya was where most of my magical shards came from. Yeah, they're still bad, but they have been going down because it used to be 1.4 million when it was like super bad, but going down to 1 million from 1.4 million, that's a huge improvement, right? That's 33% of the orders already done. Maybe the group spot can drop a lot of shards, right? A lot of black magic crystals. In which case, then it would generate 3 times as much if there's 3 people grinding there, right? Apparently on EU, it's already fixed. Like it's already like going down. So I guess it depends on server to server. 5% into 60A, yeah, he's grinding hard. You need to grind more, Wutaru. Start grinding. Grind this. Where are you in suck? Just to change of pace. Level 2. Last stream, we did an 18-hour stream last stream. And we grinded on Awakening for 18 hours straight. Pretty much. So I'm like, let's do a little bit of a change of pace. I kind of hate it when it auto kills. I want to kill it, man. I heard you got bot spam. I did, but Seribot was able to take care of it. It was a huge bot spam. It went on for like a good 5 minutes. And the person that was bot spamming me, apparently, I don't know how bot spam works exactly, but I guess they were in chat when they were doing it because they were changing the messages too. Because I was talking about, because initially it was like a link, right? They were trying to bot spam a link, and then afterwards it was like I was telling my chat about, oh, thank God I have Seribot here to stop this, right? And then they changed the message from, you know, the malicious link, I guess, into like, oh, you can't stop this, you can't stop us, or something like that. Well, I mean, they apparently stopped. They ended up stopping, thankfully. Maybe they ran out of bots. I don't know how many bots they have, but it seems like it was, I guess, targeted. I don't know if they were targeting me specifically, but it seems like they were there and they were like actually typing messages, which is kind of scary because like I feel like most people in the BDO category know that I don't start shit with people, right? I try not to as much as I can, like avoid conflict. And so I'm like, who would target me is what I'm trying to figure out. Maybe it's just I just happen to have like the most viewers on the category at the day because I was rated by the BDO category, a BDO official channel that stream. So maybe they were just targeting somebody with a lot of viewers at the time. You need to have shield mode. Oh my god, true. I did not have shield mode. Well, I do have shield mode there, like it's there, but I forgot about it. I forgot that's a thing. But again, luckily I did have Seribot to literally ban every single thing that was happening. I just couldn't really see the chat very well because it would show the ban. And I'm like, is there a way for me to filter out if somebody gets banned, like if I see the ban? because you know how like everybody can see the ban, right? As like a system message in Twitch. So it was a little bit hard to read chat. That was the only issue with that situation, was I literally could not read chat very well. I didn't have too many people watching me at the time and had maybe 500. Yeah, I'm just wondering who would do that. And if whoever is listening, if they are here, I'm just a small streamer. I only got that many viewers because of BDO. I'm just a tiny streamer just playing BDO. Please don't target me again. Thank you. I'm just little old Jaykun. I'm just trying to vibe and play the game, please. Maintain 2K. You know what I think it was, Wutaru? Was the Twitch drops reset, right? Because you know how it's like a weekly thing now for the Twitch drops. So Twitch drops reset that day, right? So I guess everybody was trying to get their drops, and you know they just happened to be at my channel and decided to stay for the drops. So I think I got really lucky with the timing of that raid. It was on a day where the drops reset. So I think that's what happened. So amazing. Yeah, I think the last time I think that's my biggest raid ever, out of my entirety of streaming, was that many people. I'm trying to remember if there was any other big raid. I think back when I first started, I got raided by like 3,000 people from the official BDO channel again after like some sort of event. I think they had like an official BDO stream or something like that, and I think that was the last time I got that many people. But this is the second time I've ever had this many people. Crazy amount. Holy moly. Are you playing? I'm probably gonna play it, yeah. I'm probably gonna play it. I'm actually pretty excited for it. You started Orbita today? Let's go, Michael. Sheesh. Have you had any trouble so far, Michael? Any issues? I'm sure you figured out by now the circles on the ground, like the colored circles, are buffs. So make sure you're getting that buff. Low DPs are to clench my booty. Yes. Make sure to avoid the golem attacks. The one thing about the golems too is that if you're too far away, they do this laser attack that does a lot of damage. So ideally you kind of want to stay near them so that they do their melee attacks that are very predictable to avoid, right? But yeah, the range attack they have hits pretty hard, and it's like hard to avoid it too, because there's no indication on the ground like their other attacks. It's just like it looks at you and then it shoots the laser at you. BB Rexa made a song. Oh, is it on Spotify? It's been a while since she's made music, right? Playing suck? She's pretty bad, is she? I wouldn't say she's like bad. Unless you consider bad as not meta, right? Because usually that's how it goes, right? Twitch viewer is that if you're not playing a meta class, it's a bad class. But I wouldn't say she's bad. I would say she's just not in the meta at the moment. I mean, I'm killing these, you know, decently well. At least I think so. And it's a nice change of pace from playing Awakening all day last stream. I did a 18-hour stream last stream, and we just played Awakening for 18 hours. Is this the new song I see? Faithless, new religion. My new religion. Do you have any Awakening Woosa specific tips? Use lateral soul cleanse to break up your combo and also restart it, because lateral soul cleanse will fast cast into most abilities. So if you have to move, instead of using a side dash to move, you use lateral soul cleanse. So not only do you reposition, it also does a little bit of extra DPS, right? So it's useful for getting those back attacks in, useful for keeping you safe, right? So use lateral soul cleanse as a dash instead of your actual dashes like shift movement. Same thing with Perilous Waltz, right? Instead of dashing backwards, you Perilous Waltz. Instead of dashing forward, you use Nether Strike, right? All of that movement attacks add up in damage, right? So that would be my advice for you, is replace all of your dash movements with actual movement attacks. And all of those, you know, it will add up in damage, right? And improve a lot. It's kind of like club music. I see. I feel like it fits like in a club. I would like listen to it at a club or something. I need more Nikke songs. Ooh. Is this a new one? Two questions. Do you have updated add-ons for Succession? And which spec is better for Orzekia? Generally, Awakening is the more popular spec to choose overall. Satire for most grinding. And as for add-ons for Succession, this is what I'm using for Star's End specifically. You could try these out and then just swap out the down attack for back attack. But for the most part, Satire, I mean, as long as you have crit damage somewhere, crit rate somewhere, you know, the important ones, right? Like attack speed, as long as you got that somewhere, like, and you're pressing your buttons, I'm sure it's fine wherever you put them, you know? Monte, oh, is this like a funk music, funk song? I think that's usually the thing that they put, right, for Montagem. I don't know how to pronounce it. Montagen. Can you skip the boring song with Tarukyu'd? No. I see. Wait your turn. What the heck? This is a tool for everybody, not just for you, I see. You fan of funk? I don't mind it, Rex. I enjoy all kinds of music. It's like Japanese funk. It's very low. I personally wouldn't describe it very low. It's definitely lower than, you know, the top end grinding classes, but I wouldn't describe it as very, very low. Maybe like medium. You know, everybody's kind of like high and then she's like medium, you know? But I wouldn't call that very low. Personally. But I am biased towards Woosa, so these are very biased answers. Ooh, that's an album link. Loot, 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 loot. I think we got the combo down pretty well here at Star Zone. I don't think I really need to E-buff very much, right? What does it give me? 25 AP? I feel like the crit rate is a little bit negligible, right? Oh, is this more Nikkei songs? Level 9. Seems like Nikkei, whenever they do their songs, it's like English songs. Do they have Japanese songs? Nikkei is a Japanese company, right? Or is it Chinese? I can't remember. Oh, they're Korean. Oh. They made Stellar Blade. Oh. The people who did Nikkei made Stellar Blade? I did not know that. No idea. Are they still doing anything with the Stellar Blade IP, or are they like kind of done with that game? Because that came out a while back, right? It's been a while since Stellar Blade's been made out, right? I remember Stellar Blade had this like controversy, didn't it, Wataru, with like the sexualization of the characters and stuff like that. People were like mad. And then with RE9, it's like such a, I guess, double standard where, you know, people are sexualizing Leon, and people, you know, there's like the reaction is like completely opposite. Like when you're sexualizing a guy, I guess it's okay, but when it's a woman, it's not. And people on Twitter were mad. You know, equality, guys. Let's just sexualize everybody. Men, women. You know what I mean? Let's just goon to everybody. Oh my god, I totally forgot Karatashi. Thank you for... I thought I had more time. I should have set an alarm. Okay, hold on. I'm heading over there. I'm coming, Karatashi. I'm coming. You right. Didn't misread? No, I totally... Wait, is there cake? Cake. I'm coming. Dang, time flew by fast. Do you by chance have someone who might be interested in a dungeon by chance, Karatashi, because the 5 other people I mentioned either did not respond or they're busy, unfortunately. So we need potentially up to 2 more. Let me see if I can message some more people. Where are the Asian main hero guys so I can cosplay? Oh. Sung Jin Woo. There you go, Wataru. There's one. Oh, and Resident Evil. I think the only Asian people, or prominent Asian people, is like Ada. Oh, there you go, Ada Wong. Wataru. There's Ada Wong. You know. There you go. We found one. Okay, getting the well, heading to the well. Balanos. Ada, that is a hard pull. You just need a red dress. That's it, Wataru. Just a red dress. Black wig, red dress. Easy. That'd be one hell of a cosplay, yeah. Oh, let's go swap our thing real quick here. Oh my god, you know what? Oh, actually, hold up. I need to tell Striker that I may have gotten the wrong time. We might have to do it a little bit later. Hi, Striker. I may have lost track of time. Maybe we can set up the dungeon run your hide and seek thing. Let's see if she responds here. Hold up. Hold on, let's see if she responds here. Yeah, she has a hide and seek thing at like 5. And in my head I'm like, oh yeah, let's do it 2 hours before 5. But I forgot she's CSC, which is 2 hours ahead of me, which means it's 5 for her right now. Begging you. We. Oh. We planning to move the dungeon run time a little later if that's okay. Ricker has a hide and seek event right now. Hi Donkeys, you gotten hooked on Awakening Woosa. I'm glad that you are enjoying the class, Donkey. Are you having trouble with anything with the class, Donkey? If you haven't done so already, I recommend setting up cooldowns. I recommend setting up your cooldowns. Who is this Gabriella? I think it's just do you know the song Jolene by Dolly Parton? I feel like this is like a version of Jolene, but more Spanish and more modern, I guess. Hands up. Okay, hold on. Maybe I can. Okay, I'm kind of maybe expecting maybe within 2 hours. I don't know how long her hide and seek event will happen. Dang, why do I have so many Debos? I have 9 Debos. Let's try to sell these before it crashes. It's probably gonna crash soon, right? Oh, and we can try Udukshini after the reset, because today's reset, right? Did it reset already? Do I get my Black Shrine rewards now? Not yet. Maybe 1 hour, right? I'm good. She just a big change of pace from Suck Witch. No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Suck Witch is Suck Witch is zoom in, right, with the key inputs, and then for Awakening Woosa, it's like slow down, right? You slow down. Probably in my. Okay, let's clean up our inventory here. Yeah, let's sell our trash. I think we have a lot of Stars and trash to sell here. Maybe we can do a little tapping. Let's do a little tapping, guys. 17 bill. Ooh. Where's our training box? Yes, I did use my maids next to storage keeper. Don't at me. Okay, looks like we can do at least one tap. Oh, I need some more primordial stones. Hi, Jordax, welcome in. You're just in time, Jorah. We're about to get a deck weapon. Shirley. Sharps, I need some sharps. Luard, thank you so much for the follow, thank you. I need some Kaffir stones. Kaffir stone. Ooh, am I out of Kaffir stones? There's no way. I think I shoved them all into my marketplace, yeah. Blackstone powder. There. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I miss your message, Enjoy Stars? Share PvP add-ons for Awakening Woosa. They're not very up to date. But you could try these. Again, they're not very up to date. The last time I did PvP seriously was like last year. Enjoy Stars. I'm not really much of a PvPer these days. I'm just hitting mobs, you know. But you could try these out. The bird has clear mechs, but I swear half the damage in the area is invisible or unavoidable. Which birds were you talking about? Were those left lungs? Lungs? Yeah, I have a lot of lungs. I do. The right lung is from Olin's Valley, and the left lung is from Calpheon. Ash Forest is still the best place to find them? Well, Ash Forest is the best place for the left lung. And then the right lung, probably Olin still. And you can technically grind for both in Crypt of Resting Thoughts, but I feel like nobody really goes there these days, right? How is Crypt these days? Am I doing this wrong? Oh, it's heating. I'm an idiot. I was like, why isn't this going through? You're right, you're right. Okay, I'm just gonna grab some water real quick while this goes. Beer Mac. Okay, I'm back. Guys, I think I'm addicted to bubbly. Any bubbly enjoyers? Okay, we got one tap here. We can probably buy some more crowns. Started now Zephyros with Sectosa. Works really good for the first time. Oh, that's great. All right, here we go, guys. Tap. Wait, why is this working? Huh? I have the primordial stone. Huh? Oh, do I need to have it in my enhancement thing? I think that's what it is. Hi Vane, how's it going? You're just in time. We're about to get a deck weapon here real quick. Surely. All right, 0.8566%. Here we go. Surely, guys, number 21. It's okay. We got some more crons to buy. Hold on. 3,000. Oop. Wait, 3,919. That should be enough. Okay, surely tap number 22, right? Tab number 22. Here we go. Come on. Okay, maybe one more. Maybe one more, guys. One more. 3,920. Wait, 3,900. Wait, how many do I have right now? 25. So 3,895. All right, tap number 23. Come on. Do you guys hear me clenching? I'm clenching very hard. Okay, hold on. For sure this time, right? For sure this time. This is the song. Should we wait for the moment? Should we wait for the next chorus? Comes stars collected all our lives. Not far from pity. Yeah, we're almost we're almost there, Rex. Yep, exactly. I think I missed the drop because I was responding to a DM. Easy 1 tap. Well, easy 24 taps. Here we go. Come on, 24. Okay, I think we got some more funds here. Maybe one more here. Let's do one more tap. Una mas, you know? It goes now? Yeah, sure. Surely. Here we go. Tap number 25. Here we go. Come on! Damn, okay. Wait, we have, wait, potentially one more. Wait, hold on. Wait, potentially one more. Una mas. Hi, this one. Good luck. Thank you. Okay, surely this one. Come on. 0.8687%. Almost. It was very close. It was thinking about it. It was thinking about going. I'm taking a break and upgrading my combat gear and grinding Tugrat, so I'm thinking of starting to build my life skill gear instead. However, I still need my last garment's heart for my sub weapon. Would you farm for the heart first or start purchasing pre-owns now? Well, the offhand I would say is like the least important one for combat. And so if you're wanting to take a break, then it would make sense to go for your life skill gear now, right? And then work on your life skill gear. Because when you, like, I mean, what does it give, right? A bunch of HP, I think, is what it mostly gives for the offhand, right? 900 HP. I feel like the 900 HP is a little bit negligible compared to the main hand and awakening. So yeah, I would go for the life skill gear now. Offhand is not too pressing of a matter to have, right? What I'm made of. What I'm made of. The bird vanquished. Oh. The bird. When is the next box spawn? Did I miss the last one? I feel like I missed the last one. Okay, sorry, just responding to a lot of DMs right now. We're trying to get a dungeon run set up, but kind of an awful timing because Siege is happening soon. So a lot of the people that I'm asking, you know, Siege is a thing. I guess we go back to Star's End for now. Had a good sleep after extended stream. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Brenos. Definitely. Definitely unexpected. Very unexpected on everything. Unexpected extended stream, but unexpected, you know, raid from the BDO official website, official channel. Okay, well, there goes all our funds. We're poor now again. That's alright, that's alright. It'd be like that sometimes, guys. We just make more money. Let's make more money. I guess I could... should I sell these Devourers? Might need them in the future. This sounds like the one Coldplay song. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, lights will guide you home. That beginning part. Ooh, dang, got a lot of these. Oh, here we go. Money, money. All I wanted was you. These crystallized energy vent times are kind of cheap now. Also 2,500 of these. Here we go. We're making some money back. Money, money. Should I maybe sell these for now? And maybe buy them when they're like saturated? I don't know. But I do want purple dyes eventually. What else can I sell here? I really need to go and organize my my inventory in the warehouse. Dang, somebody bought all my camphor stones. All I want. Ooh, get some crown stones from that. What else? I think that might be it for now. Okay, maybe we'll switch it up. Maybe we'll grind some Sakraya. In which case, let's swap over our lightstone set. Extract lightstone. Let's just go for vicious shadows here. That's always a really reliable one. Let's do that, and then let's swap over to I was you. Swap our UI. Okay. That should be Gucci. And then what else do we swap here? Reforged stones. We go booty blast, apply. And then we change this to just total stats, no species. What are we missing here? I guess we would need to swap these out for fighting spirits. And then I feel like I'm missing something. Well, I guess our buffs, right? Oh, no. Got that healing that I want. I could say it in the song. Okay. Hi, Yukaru. How are you doing? Well, doing well. We just did a bunch of deck attempts. No luck though, but we got 7 more attempts in today. Maybe we should just do like once a day. You know, we do 1 attempt a day. Keeps the doctor away, you know? Deep sea. Some deep seas here. And then let's go, yes, put these in. Let's make like 5 of these. Actually, I have 17 of these. What am I doing? Okay, let's just head over. Wait, do you get contribution points from that? Did you see that? Was that contribution points? What about you, Hikaru? How are you doing this lovely Saturday evening? Let's all begin, get it on. To leave me all alone. Oh, you're about to go to sleep? Oh, what time is it for you right now? Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate that. Oh, there's loving in your eyes that pulls me closer. So subtle, I'm in trouble. Past midnight. I see, I see. And that you want. Okay. Okay, we found 1 more person. We're trying to do a dungeon run. So trying to fill up 1 more slot here. Later on. You watched anime? Oh, what kind of anime you watched? Okay, looks like we filled up the last slot. Thank goodness. Okay, so we'll just grind some Sakurai in the meantime, and then we'll do a dungeon run once everyone is ready. What's a typical DSR trash at cap? I think you're trying to aim for like 40k average, Kage. Maybe like 45k. And then from there you can try to improve it. And you'll get this is like without tides, by the way. Maybe like one tide. You're trying to aim for like 45k with one tide. And then if you get more tides, you can push it beyond 50k, 55k when you get like potentially 4 or 5 if you get lucky. Okay, let's get started here. Oh, this is a level 2 with Agris, I believe. Yeah, level 2 with Agris are those numbers. I think without Agris, maybe closer to like 30k, 35. Yeah, looks like nobody's here. That's good. Let's refresh our attack buff real quick. Oh shoot, the fish. Play doesn't follow me. MHA Vigilantes Dead Account Freerin Temon B-Sai. I think the only one I recognize there is Freerin. Freerin was a good one. Good anime. I just want to feel love. Is it worth it to buy an alchemy stone for 30 spill and upgrade directly, or directly but the higher one for Vel? I personally would do the Splendid Stone, to be specific. It's the one right before Shining. I would personally save up and buy one of these and then start tapping that for Shining. That would be my personal route. Okay, I think we've got everything going. Okay, I just want to grab something real quick before we start. Back. Sorry about that. Just had to grab something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Can they drop? Never upgraded them. The alchemy stones? No. They do not drop. You have to craft them. And so I would recommend just buying a crafted one, buying the Splendid, and then upgrading the last step yourself. Because, I mean, you could try and save up to buy the last one, but that might take a while, right? Okay, I think we're good. Let me see. And then when we Z-buff, we should be at the cap here. Giants. Just to clarify, Meanwhile, you're talking about the destruction alchemy stones, right? Or are you talking about Vel specifically? Because when you said 30 bill, I'm like thinking, oh, you're talking about the resplendent stone, right? I think it'd be more clear if we said the exact name of the items instead of me having to guess, you know? So just to clarify, when you said 30 bill stone, you're talking about the resplendent stone, right? Yes. Because if you're talking about Vel, that one can drop. That one drops from Vel, right? But if you're talking about the destruction stone, you craft them. And crafting them from base is a really arduous process that I would not recommend looking into personally, because it's really tedious and annoying. And so if you're gonna get your alchemy stones, I just recommend just buying a splendid and then enhance the last step. You're heading off to bed, Rex? All right, have a good night. Thanks so much for hanging out. Maybe I'll still be here by the time you wake up. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see. Is it buy sharp or buy resplendent? Buy splendid is my recommendation personally. Because if you buy a resplendent, it's not that big of an up. Right. And I feel like by the time, like, I feel like if you're thinking about upgrading your alchemy stone, like by the time you're ready for the alchemy stone, beyond Vels, right? Like you would stay at Vels for now. And then when you're ready for the next step, I would personally not go for resplendent. If you want your shining sooner, is to just go for the splendid. And I feel like if you've already saved up, right? Like you can definitely save up 250 bill, right? If you've already saved up for a Pendebo to get your upgrades, then you can definitely have the ability to save up for 250 bill for the splendid. And that would be a much bigger impact of a improvement beyond Vel than a resplendent. Additionally, the materials are time gated, but you can accumulate them while you are saving up silver for your splendid stone, right? And so by the time you do afford it, you have a lot of taps toward a splendid or shining alchemy stone, and most likely you will pity the shining, right? On average, you will pity it according to the rates, right? The rate for shining is 0.4%, right? So the average math for that is 250 taps, which is the exact same number of taps as pitying it. So it's either you get lucky or you pity the stone, right? But most likely on average you will pity it according to the rates, right? Buy splendid, tap splendid to shining, yes, is my recommendation personally. You could make an argument for saving silver in the long run, right? Because it is cheaper to pity a splendid than buying the splendid. I think pitying the splendid is like a little under 100 bill, right? But you're spending what? You get 6 taps a week. So you're kind of losing about 3 months, right? About 3 months worth of taps that you could have put towards pitying your shining instead, right? And so I feel like splendid is the best route to get your shining as soon as you can. It's like a middle ground. So although you do save more money by starting with resplendent, right? I think in terms of getting your shining, it's better to just buy the splendid outright. Then you don't have to wait 3 more months or something like that. Lose time or lose money, exactly, yeah. And if you're actively playing during those 3 months, you know, I feel like you could have definitely made the money back. I don't know what the right term is, like the opportunity cost, something like that. With your shining. The dream, I mean, you could one tap it. That is true. You could one tap it. There's the trains. In your head, in your head, when you're fighting. In your head, zombie, 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 eh, eh. Your head, in your head. This is such a good cover of this song. Do you have a shining or sorry, do you have a splendid stone already? How many pities are we at actually? We're at 32. So if we get 4 attempts every 5 days, let's see, 250 minus 32 is 218, right? So 218 divided by 4 is like 54 and a half or something, right? So we need, and then we need to add, so I guess 54 and a half every 5 days. So we get 4 attempts every 5 days. So we multiply that by 5, right? 54 times, so about 280 something days. So 280-ish more days to go, essentially. So we pity our shining. So that would be like 9 months, 9 more months until we pity our shining. So we should get it essentially by Christmas if we pity all of our taps this year, which most likely we will, because that is the average. Oh, you have a con? You have a Splendid Con, Vexer? What does that look like? Can you screenshot me what Splendid Con looks like? Does it look kind of weird? Snog me so? No. No, they don't get destroyed anymore. No more destruction. It's just a flat rate. Flat rate, and then if you fail, you work towards the pity. Normal enhancing without any durability. You still gotta feed it ingots, but that's very negligible. The ingots are very cheap. So you feed it ingots, and then you use a new item called an Aether Stone, Aether, that you get from Dark Rifts. And Dark Rifts spawn every 5 days, or 120 hours from the last time you killed it. And so you get about 4 taps a week from Splendid to Shining. It's 0.4% chance to get it to a Shining. So, and the pity for it is 250 taps. So most likely you will pity it. You will have to do the 250 taps. So if you had gotten your Alchemy Stone like day 1, you should get it by the end of the year if you pity every time. I can't snip here. Oh, so what you can do... Oh, wait, you can't... Does your Windows Shift S not work? Vexer? Because the easiest way I found to share images is just... do you have a personal Discord? What you would do is this Windows Shift S and then Control V on your personal Discord to upload the image that you just snipped. And then... are you on phone? Is that why you can't snip? Because then once you upload it, you just like copy paste the Discord link. And then you just paste it in chat, and then it should be fine. Oh, is it my Discord in general? Okay. I don't have restrictions on linking, so you're free to link if you want. Matter of time and silver? Yeah. For most people, it's the time. It's usually the time, not the silver. If you're... I feel like 90% of the time, like if you're ready for a Shining Stone, it's most likely the time you're waiting on rather than the silver. Shiny is dropping like crazy. Did you elaborate on that? What do you mean by shining? Oh, you're talking about the price on the market for shining alchemy stones is dropping. Okay, okay. I put 2 and 2 together. Got it, got it. I'm a little bit slow. I fluffed head. So if you don't fill in, like if you give me a algebra question, right? Because that's an algebra question for me, right? Because like x plus y equals z, right? I had to figure out like, he gave me x and y. I just need to figure out what z means, right? So but if you give me all x, y, and z, that would be much appreciative. You know what I mean? If you're a grinder, it might be in your best interest to actually not tap at all and save silver, but if you don't grind a lot, probably not. Where do you think it will stabilize at? I fluff that. Where do you think it stabilize at? Because if you pity it, it's about 750 bill. And so it would definitely need to be at least a little bit, you know, it needs to be at least above that for sure. And then accounting for, you know, the materials and tapping it. Maybe like 2 trillion silver. Although saving up 2 trillion silver is a lot. That is a lot of silver to save up for. The most I've ever saved up is like maybe like 500 bill on my marketplace. 500, 600 bill before I spent it. I think if you already have full deck weapons and all deck, etc., then maybe that might be the way to go about it, is to buy. But if you still got to work on stuff, which I do, I still need deck weapons to work on, and you know, working on my armor. I think maybe going for the 750 bill pity might be the way to go, right? But let's say you're already capped out on everything and silver's not an issue for you, then yeah, for sure. Then maybe buying might be the way to go. But since I still got things to work on, right? Then I can use that time, the pity. The time, basically the 9 months. I essentially need 9 more months of dailies. I think those 9 months could be well spent working on my deck weapon, because that's so much. That might take 9 months in and of itself, right? Is my deck weapon. Right? I could spend all 330 taps potentially pitying a deck weapon as well. Mr. Jaykin, do you know if Seraph is good for life skilling too? I saw it has dashes, but I was wondering if it pulls two together. I mean, I guess it could be good. Monkey lemon soda. I guess it could be good. I mean, any class with good mobility is going to be a good life skilling class. Right? I mean, life skills are shared now, right? So it shouldn't be too big of an issue whether you life skill on your Seraph or another character. I guess the only issue would be maybe life skill close. If you prefer to have all the life skill close on one character. Seraph could be a choice. Well, any class can be a choice, right? Just certain classes just do it a little bit better than others. I don't think it's that big of a deal, personally. If you like Seraph, then life skill on your Seraph. I feel like min-maxing your life skilling character, like who you choose for your licensed character, is not a pressing matter. You know what I mean? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Go on, Booba? Then that should be more than enough reason. Right? You probably did not need to ask me if Seraph was a good life skill class. Right? You could have just said, oh. Like, your reason for wanting to have Seraph as your life skiller because of Booba is a valid enough reason that you probably did not need a second opinion. I promise you. Was it even a min-max question, or was it just like a validation question? Because of the reason for Booba, you know what I mean? Did you need my validation? You probably did not. Honestly, now have a good day, Jay. Alright, Hikaru. Thank you so much for hanging out and stopping by. See you later. I think tomorrow is War of the Roses, right? I'm trying to get a spot in War of the Roses tomorrow. Ooh, you know what we could do soon is the Black Shrine. I've been kind of waiting, anticipating Adukshini. We should be getting our loot soon, right? Sakura drops means, yeah, a lot. It drops quite a lot, maybe like 80 to 100 per hour. So if you need BMCs, Sakura is a pretty good spot. That's broken. Yeah, I think it will definitely help out the BMC market quite a bit. Because I do think the grind is a fairly good grind. I think it's going to be a very popular spot. It is a little bit annoying to get to, but they made it a little bit easier thanks to the, you know, the shortcut in Velia. Does Upper Sakurai also drop BMCs? I think so. I just don't know how many you would get. Although, if you're ever wondering what a spot drops, Afe, an easy way to go about it is actually the in-game Monster Zone info thing here. So if I just search Sakurai Upper, it does, yeah. You can see all the drops here. Sakurai Upper also drops Limbo Seals too for Deboreka rings. Ooh, we got the OP tower. OP tower done. Do you have the AP for Lower Sakurai? What's your AP right now? Because I feel like you can definitely grind this if you have at least 1850. It's not a very difficult spot compared to the other 395 AP spots. It is on the easier side, I find. Ooh, any Arc Enjoyers? There's just something so grand about this theme, right, Jordan? There's this like sort of grandness of
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you
I
just
know,
can't get
like,
into it because they would never understand.
Arc soundtrack might just be the music Jesus returns to. I can't lie. there's something so there's like a little bit of bittersweetness about it, right? That's sort of like bittersweet, a little bit sad, but also cathartic, right? Like is that the word for it? Like, you know how like when you have a good cry and you feel better after like a cry, you know? Kind of like that feeling with this song. Right, there's a little bit of sadness behind it, but it's like a hopeful towards the end kind of situation, right? Those are the emotions that are evoked in me whenever I listen to these kinds of sounds, right? Hans Zimmer level, yeah. You know which map had a pretty good theme too was the center. I wonder if that's on Spotify. I shall hydrate with a Monster Energy Zero. Monster Energy. For some reason, Jordex, I don't know what it is, but Monster Energy drink makes me sleepy. Is that weird? For some reason, every time I drink Monster Energy drink, because I've had it in the past before, I'm like, why does it make me sleepy instead of like have energy, you know? Hello? Isn't it supposed to give me energy? That doesn't happen to me with coffee though. Maybe it's just like a different type of caffeine or something. But coffee like keeps me awake. But Monster Energy, it makes me sleepy. Why is that the case? Hello?
System says Larry Fish just
Is that the Larry Fish? The OG? Oh
Larry
my
Fish and the
god.
Fabulous 65, welcome to our Raccoon Wonderland.
This is in the
Ready for
dungeon?
epic
We
gaming
postponed
and
it.
fantastic
We
vibes?
postponed it.
Thrilled to have you here. Let's make this stream an unforgettable adventure,
Welcome.
loaded with fun and laughter.
Welcome everybody from Larry Fish's stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is a raccoon. We're just grinding some Sakuraya right now. What were you up to on your stream, Larry? Caffeine is definitely more potent than others. Oh, really? Oh. More than Monster. I thought Monster Energy drink had more caffeine than coffee. Even just a little bit too. Even just like a teaspoon, Jorah? Like I would just have like a teaspoon of like, you know, instant coffee grounds with some, you know, with milk and a little bit of sweetener, right? And that wakes me up really well. But Monster Energy drink, if I take a sip, like I start getting sleepy for some reason. Very weird. Less caffeine. Oh, how much less? Hi Jayora. Hello, it is I. How are you? We were spamming AOS queue. Oh, is the new season out for AOS? Is it out? Well, the cool thing with caffeine isn't that it makes you more awake, but it prevents your brain from realizing it's tired. Oh, I see. I did not know that. I do think a Monster Energy drink tastes good. I personally like the flavor of Monster. Can they just make a Monster Energy drink but like no caffeine? You know what I mean? Is that possible? Do they have something like that? Because I do like the flavor of Monster Energy. Season not right now, just I see. All right. I'm not much of an AOS enthusiast, unfortunately. I just PvE. We just hit mobs. Also, Larry, I'm sure your plan is to take a nice, long, well-deserved break after your stream, so if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. I really appreciate you entrusting me with your viewers. Thank you. Thank you. Or we can hang out. I'm not trying to like drive you away. We can hang out too. I did see that Draconia was getting a lot of nerfs. Rest in pieces. But at the same time, they are getting a lot of protection, so might not be a complete nerf. Might be just a adjustment. Have a great one. All right, see you later, Larry. See you later. Thank you again so much for the raid. Thank you. Aren't you also a AOS enthusiast, JR? PvP enthusiast. So Guardian buffs make me want to try it. It might still be too slow for me in PvP though. Yeah, I mean, preferred playstyle is a valid reason to be choosing the class you play. Regardless of, you know, tier lists and all that jazz. Definitely pick a class you enjoy playing. You two dabble? You're a dabbler, Afe? Do you do a lot of AOS, Afe? You're an AOS enthusiast? Unfortunately, my class was really bad last season. Hopefully the new improvements will come into clutch. Which class did you play for AOS? Classes move so fast? They do, yeah. I mean, that's just kind of how it is for like PvP, right? At least in BDO is that faster classes have an advantage over slower classes. And so remain. Suck Warrior. Oh, for 5 years? Damn. Why Suck over Awakening for you? Do you just prefer the playstyle of Suck? I think the usual go-to is Awakening, no? For PvP? For Warrior? Adjusted some of the timings for the various content starting for the most recent maintenance. Yeah, they have definitely already done so with that. I like the casual aspect of grinding since I always grind on Suck. I get jumped on a lot of Arsha before the changes. All in like you said, I didn't care to switch mid-fight. I see. Oh, Arsha, you're an Arsha gamer, huh? Is that purely for, like, do you grind on Arsha specifically so you can do PvP, or for the drop rate? Or for both? How did that hit me? It fades after the first green one? Damn. Sag. I like grinding in Arsha because of drop rate, hence me getting jumped a lot. Was that a... Did you mean to have it all caps lock? Does anyone else read caps lock as if the person is like yelling? I remember I had this one friend who, like, I just didn't agree with them on... Okay, so basically they were complaining about how this one guy was constantly interrupting his grind and just like bullying him and killing him over and over on the grind, right? And he said he just wants to grind peacefully, right? And then he told me he's grinding on Arsha for the drop rate, and I'm like, well, I feel like you kind of sign yourself up to PvP when you grind on Arsha, you know? If he was being, you know, PvP'd on like a non-Arsha server, then I would understand his complaints. But I feel like when you go to the server that is specifically stated to be for PvP, then, you know, that's on you, not on the other person, in my person. What you talking? Not lurker. Maybe he's just venting, you know? He could just be venting. PvE server? Well, I mean, you do get additional drop rate, but I think for me, it's like a mentality thing. Is that I want to grind peacefully, and if I get interrupted with like a PvP scenario that I don't consent to, like I don't want to do PvP, right? Then I lose motivation to grind. And if I lose motivation to grind, then I grind less and then I make less money. So I just want to be able to chill, not have to worry about people, you know, killing me, like have that not in the back of my head, right? Not in the back of my mind that someone could just run up to me and attack me all of a sudden, right? That stresses me out. And I don't want to be stressed out. So it's about the mentality for me on grinding on those PvP servers. Dude, I remember there was an event. So you know how Arsha provides 50% drop rate above the drop rate cap of 300? I remember there was an event long time ago, and I don't know if anybody remembers, but it basically raised the base cap from 300 to 350 or something like that. And they've never brought it back since. It just like, it only happened like once, like a couple of years ago, where they raised the base cap from 300 to 350 just for the, like the couple 2-week event or something like that. Maybe people were making too much money or something. I think I figured out a pretty good kiting method here. Although, I should be killing these towers too. If I go too fast, I'll miss them. These do give a buff. 20 seconds of 5% crit damage. Can I see your graphic settings? I have actually a command for it if you type !settings. And to go over it exactly. The main thing is the filter, so I have the warm filter. The filters, and I feel like that makes the colors a little bit more vibrant. Additionally, I mean, this class is very vibrant in general, right? Awakening Woosa. It's a very vibrant class. Here, I can type it for you. Hi, Chris. We filled, yeah. We did fill, Chris. But if you need help for, I don't know if you've already ran your dungeons, but I don't mind running another run if you still need a clear. If you and Zirda need a clear or something. I don't need one, but I'll be happy to help. Okay, okay. Thank you for the offer. Yes, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I did ask Zirdan earlier, but he said he was out and about. Out and about. Everybody's working, Chris. I also asked like Darkamir, asked Akinitis. They're all busy for me. But it's alright, we filled. We got peeps. Kind of unfortunate timing too, because Siege. I think I asked like maybe like 10 people, but a lot of them were like, oh, I'm busy, or Siege is happening. I'm like, ah, understandable. PvP though, gross. Ah, you guys were out and about. I see. No worries. I wonder if they're ever going to make any more dungeons in the future. I think the first time Ataraxian release was, I think 6 years ago, back in 2020. It's been a hot minute. Ooh, actually, I remember when they were talking about a place called Mountain of Dawnbreak. You remember that? In Heidel Ball 2023. And that was supposedly like a 100 floor dungeon. So maybe there's gonna be some group oriented stuff there, surely. There is still that area across Ulukita. Oh, true. Yes, on the bridge. I remember. That was a very cool place. And it seems like it has the Medea castle over there. At least on like the world map. Some sort of Medean structure. I feel like this ball coming up, this hideout ball, is going to be really big for revealing what's next. Because I feel like for the past maybe 3 years, we were kind of anticipating Edania, right? Ever since they teased it in Heidel Ball 3 years ago. So now that we're already here and I guess we're kind of done with Edania, right? Technically. What have we got left to do? The other half? Oh, true. I guess there is land beyond that part. There is something beyond that part, but I wonder if they're gonna continue that next or something else. Hopefully they give out another free horse. I can't get any male dream horses. Might have to craft one yourself. Legend. The best way to get a horse too, Legend, is you would put on the horse notification. That's how you would snipe a horse. So once you turn it on, I think it's 10 minutes. So if you see a dream horse posted for about 10.5 billion silver, that's most likely a male horse. And you can see which one it is, like male Arduinat or something like that. and then just put a timer, right? Check the timestamp of when it was posted on your system messages, and then put a timer of like 8 minutes and just spam refresh on that stuff until it appears. And that would be the best way to snipe a male dream horse. It's the same with workers, so they kind of bundle it up too. Not legend is they bundle up workers and horses, so you'll see both. And hey, that would be a good way to get your artisan workers. If you need artisan workers, is just see if people are posting them. We've also talked about going back at the past, right? Yeah, using the Magnus. Like wondering if they're gonna do that first before they review, because technically we still got a lot of real estate, right? We still got plenty of real estate on BDO. So I wonder if they're gonna do that first, is go back to the past, or finish off the real estate that we still got, you know? There's still so many things south, in the south region of our continent. Do you think it's worth to get Arduinat rather quickly? When I started 2 months ago, I got Doomhorse twice because I was an idiot. To get an Arduinat rather quickly? I do think Arduinat is the best horse to get, but you're eventually going to want all three, right? You're eventually going to want all 3 tier 10 horses, Schmitty, because having the Krogdalo Sanctuary, so you get Krogdalo Sanctuary once you have the 3 different tier 10 horses, right? So tier 10 Arduinat, tier 10 Dine, and tier 10 Doomhorse. Just being able to put your horse in your pocket and take it out whenever you want on any character is just extremely useful to have. And so I do recommend getting all 3 eventually. I don't know if you should prioritize that. Definitely that's something you have to think about on your own, right? Because technically your horse is not part of your gear progression. It's like a quality of life progression thing, right? So it's definitely up to you if you want to prioritize getting your horse first or upping your gear first, right? Okay, actually, so if you guys don't know, Crimson Desert is coming out on March 19th, and the people who pre-ordered the game will get I think it's a Pegasus. Yeah, it's going to be a Pegasus for free, or they might give you just a box to get any of them, but I'm pretty sure it might be Pegasus because that's what the skin is for. But yeah, you will get a Pegasus box, tier 9 Pegasus box, alongside the the skin. And I imagine there might be some people selling a bunch of dream horses that day or something. I don't know if you can put that on the market, but if you can, then a bunch of Pegasus will be on the market. They do have a lot of room to work with, lots of real estate. If you could choose, Chris, if you could choose which one to explore first, which region, like which new area of the game would you want to see first? Would you want to see the past first? Would you want to see what's across the bridge from Ulakita first? Mountain of Dawnbreak? Which region would you like to see next? Super stoked for Crimson is looking good so far. I mean, yeah, I've been seeing a lot of videos pop up lately of people having already played the game, and lots of positive reception so far. So hey, it's looking to kind of shape up to be potentially game of the year this year. And I will be trying it myself on March 19th, so we'll see how it looks together. I feel like we need to finalize the Elezra Sylvia story with Hadoon, then we can go back to the past to see how the world evolved and coming over it. Yeah, true. It did kind of leave off on a cliffhanger, right? With Elezra and Sylvia and Kalphras towards the end of the story. Hope you enjoyed. Also curious to see what online features they plan to release with it. Well, it has been advertised as a single player RPG adventure, so I don't think they plan to add any online things with it. It's kind of like Elden Ring or Dark Souls is my impression of how the game is meant to be. Like Black Myth Wukong or something, like one of those games, right? It's a single player RPG adventure. That'd be like very difficult logistically as well, Kamikaze, is if they've designed their whole game around being a single player adventure and then they add online features. I feel like that's easier said than done, you know? I don't know too much about like how all the coding processes are because I'm not a coder or a game designer, but I imagine it's a lot different than if you were to design a game from the ground up, right? Like if you were to design a game ground up from online or a game from the ground up from single player, I imagine the process is very, very different, you know? So if you're hoping for a, I guess the only thing I could see is maybe a co-op system, right? Like maybe you could play online co-op, like Elden, you know, what's the one? The multiplayer Elden Ring? What's it called? There was like a multiplayer version of Elden Ring, right? So that could be the only thing I can think of maybe potentially online features. But other than that, like if you're hoping for like an MMO version of Crimson Desert, I don't know if they could do that with the finished project already. They did say in a development plan there would be multiplayer aspect added later, probably as DLC. Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, as I mentioned before, the multiplayer Elden Ring, right? That sort of experience, I could maybe potentially see that for Crimson Desert. I'm curious on the elements. I'm assuming maybe similar to Where Winds Meet kind of thing. Where they have like an offline mode. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Looks like our dungeon group is ready soon. Okay, let me swap over. Yo, I'm new to BDO and have a couple questions regarding the two classes I'm considering. I'm thinking between Awakening Draconia or Stuck Mystic, which is easier to learn as completely new player as I should consider before picking either. I do know Awakening Draconia is one of the more complex classes, so I don't know if I could recommend that to a brand new player to BDO Scoop. It has basically 3 stances. It has the main weapon stance, the awakening stance, and the awakening stance has like 2 stances. It has like witch blood form and then dragon blood form. And so it's a little bit, it's going to be it might be a bit of a headache if you don't know how the base combat system works right now. As for Mystic, I do think Mystic might be the easier choice. It is kind of meta right now. Both Mystic, Stuck Mystic, and Awakening Mystic are both in the meta right now. So if you are looking for a meta class, she's very strong in both PvE and PvP right now. So if I had to lean towards one of them, it would be leaning towards Mystic over Draconia. Also, Draconia, is getting nerfed really soon, next patch. So that's also another reason to lean more towards Mystic, is because there's some Awakening Draconia nerfs looking. But again, if you are interested in the aesthetic, right, of Draconia, that is a valid reason to pick Draconia too. It is very cool. You're a dragon, right? So with those factors in mind, you know, hopefully that helps you find the direction to choose from between those two classes. Okay, looks like Striker's gonna do her guild bosses first, so that should take a little bit of time. So we'll stay here in the ruins first while we wait to do our dungeon run. Have you played any MMOs in the past before, D-Scoop? Or is BDO your first MMO? Because I do think if you have a lot of experience in MMO games in the past, like you've played, you know, I don't know, Final Fantasy in the past before, or World of Warcraft, I feel like you'd adapt pretty quickly to BDO. But if this is your first MMO, it might be a little bit overwhelming. BDO has a lot of deep systems. So ask a lot of questions, D-Scoop. I find the Twitch community for BDO, the Twitch BDO category for BDO, one of the most helpful communities out there. In my opinion. And so if you just go to any stream, let's say you see a streamer, you know, playing a class that you think looks interesting, you ask questions about the class. Like, most of the time, we love yapping about our class. You know, we love yapping about how amazing our class, or yapping about how our class needs buffs and stuff like that, and this or that, right? So definitely go out and ask questions. Visit a lot of other streamers too. Did you make your account very recently by chance? Because there is an event right now. I don't know if you've looked into the events, but there's an event for mentor-mentee thing where essentially you can connect your account with another person's account who's like an older BDO player, and if you progress on that account, you both get free stuff. And so, if you are looking for a mentor, I could be one of those people for you. Hi, Donamir. Welcome in, welcome in. Chris, are you by chance still available for a dungeon? We might have a spot open because we kept like delaying it due to like multiple factors. And so one person might not be able to make it anymore. Because we were originally going to do it like 4 hours ago. And then just things just kept happening. I'm stuck on a rock. Oh my god, who put that rock there, man? You make Awakening Woosa seem so fast. Well, she has a lot of amazing movement in her kit, and so if you learn her movement kit, she can be really fast. But there is a learning curve, right? It's not as easy as, let's say, Musa, right? Or Meiwa, where you essentially have one button and that's her entire movement kit, right? But Awakening Woosa has like 10 different movement skills. And so you got to learn all the separate key inputs for all that movement, right? And so if you don't know those buttons, it's going to feel clunky with her. So that is like the caveat, right? Like you can definitely zoom with her like a Musa, but you need to learn the movement for it, right? Are there cancels for Shift RMB, WRMB, SRMB skills? Do you mean, when you say cancels, do you mean ways to make it faster to go off, Carly Chirk? For Shift RMB, yes. So Shift F into Shift RMB chain really nicely. So that could be your first way to improve that. Another one is the first dash motion of the backwards dash. So flitting, you know how you have flitting step, right? You have flitting step and then chain flitting step, this one, right? So you have two dashes, right? You want to do it after the first dash only. So if you track the cooldown, backwards dash into Shift RMB goes really quickly like that. So those are two very realistic usages of Shift RMB, like making it go faster. So Shift F into Shift RMB like this, into Shift RMB goes out really quickly, and also the first dash of flitting step, not the second one. The second one will slow cast. I don't know why, but it just is. So try to track the cooldown for that, because a lot of the times you're kiting, right? So if you're kiting, you might as well do like a backdash like this into Shift RMB like that. See? As for WRMB, SRMB, you can lock Such on Field. So if you lock Such on Field, if you just hold RMB, you'll chain into those abilities really quickly like this, Shift RMB, there, and then you just continue on. So that's what you can do, is lock Such on Field, and then you can just still use it from hotbar if you want, like this. Where's that cake? Where's that cake? There it is. So you could try that for speeding up. However, I do recommend still knowing how to press that, right? Is WRMB and SRMB, right? Try to always use it after a dash. Otherwise, if you do it standing still, it's slow cast, you see, and you can't move. So if you're ever going to do WRMB or SRMB, try to do it after like a dash instead, right? You see, it's much faster that way. Isn't that skill useful? It is, yeah. Such on Field actually does pretty good DPS. So I do recommend you are using it. But in terms of speed, right? Let's say you just want to get the damage out as quickly as you can and you don't care too much about sustained DPS. You're just trying to burst. Then it kind of makes sense to maybe potentially skip it so you can move on. Is there a reason people don't play Suck Corsair with normal builds or only ever full evasion? I'm not sure, Jordex. I've never really played Corsair, so I'm not too sure on the whole evasion DR situation for Corsair. Not sure. Maybe, are there any streamers that play Corsair? I feel like you'd be able to find a better answer on, like, let's say the Corsair Discord or a streamer that plays Corsair. Or maybe someone who PvPs, because that sounds like a PvP question too. In which case, you know me, I don't really PvP, so I'm probably like the worst person you could ask about that question, you know what I mean? How dare you, Jordex? How dare you ask me a PvP related question? Not believe it. How do you use it? Do you use what? Oh, that's right. How do you use what? Oh, do you mean such on field? Like, how do I use such on field? If you just hold R and B after shift R and B, you will automatically use it. So if you hold shift R and B, hold R and B, it will just automatically use it. So for W R and B and S R and B will also chain. So if you just do shift R and B, hold R and B, it does everything. But it's still very important to know how to press them separately so that, let's say you have to move, right? Sometimes in these endgame spots, you will not have the ability to just stand still, right? But that will all chain in a line, right? So shift R and B, hold R and B will do all of those flower skills together like this. So shift R and B, hold R and B. We'll just do all of it. To cast independently, yeah, you would chain it, right? So a realistic way to go about it would be shift R and B, and then lateral soul cleanse W R and B like this. W R and B. So that would be a realistic way to break it up. Is you would just do 2 spells. Lateral soul cleanse, AD R and B is lateral soul cleanse, and then W R and B, hold R and B. You have a YouTube video? Do you mean like a YouTube guide? I do, yes. You're in luck. I do. There you go. Here's two YouTube links. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribble. Pedro. Wait, hold on. Let me respond to a DM real quick. I'm stuck. 1 second, guys. Do you buy... Chris, are you still available by chance? One person. Ooh, Black Shrine. Pedro. Dang, we got number 1. Number 1 on Utri. This is my new time for Utri, by the way. We did this on the official BDO stream, and we got a brand new time. Wait, am I getting hit? Oh, it's a... I didn't realize you could just spawn like that. The little green orb. I thought it was like a drop that spawns it. It's a little bit closer. Bad decisions. Decisions. It's a little bit closer. I feel like BTS is collecting a lot of side quests, and what I mean by that is that they're doing collabs with like every artist that you could think of. I did not expect BTS to do a collaboration with Snoop Dogg out of all the people they could choose. I mean, it sounds good, but I don't. It's so random. Snoop Dogg. Suck DK or Seraph main hand at 377 awakening at 380 AP. 431 DP. Which one do you have more experience on, Kutsal? Which class are you more comfortable playing? Because I would recommend whatever both of them, like whatever experience you have more of between the two of those. Suck DK is a pig. Okay, maybe we change the question to, are you wanting to learn Seraph more? If that makes sense. Right? Are you wanting to get better at Seraph? If the answer is yes, then play Seraph. Right? Because the only way to get better is to practice, right? So regardless of performance, right, you would just pick Seraph so that you could learn it better, right? No Seraph, but not like exactly, right? So are you wanting to learn Seraph better than your DK, or are you just wanting to make money? And if so, then you'll probably make more money with the class you have more experience on, in which case it is DK. But again, if the answer is, hey, I want to learn my Seraph more, right? I want to get better at Seraph. I want to know it just like I know DK, then the answer would be Seraph, right? So both, well, you have to choose one, Kutsal. You can't have everything, unfortunately. That's not how life works, Kutsal. Hello? You gotta make a sacrifice, okay? You can't have everything in the world. Why does it look like you're in fast forward even for Z buff with the zoomies? There is a speed buff in Sakraya, Wayne. There is. Oh, hi, Wayne. Oh my, I feel like it's been so long since you last sung. Hi, Wayne. How are you? But yeah, there is a speed buff in Sakraya. If you kill a specific tower, you get 20% attack speed for 30 seconds, but the tower is very rare. Like you might get only like 10 towers in an hour or something. But otherwise, whatever you're seeing currently, that's my current speed. How have you been, Wayne? I feel like it's been so long since you last talked. What have you been up to? Have you still been keeping up with BDO, playing some other games? Nice to see you again. Oh, here's the tower I was talking about. Here, look. Before you moved, yeah, exactly. So this is the tower, so it gives you 20% attack speed, and it stacks as well. This one, 20%, and also movement speed too. 20% movement speed. So I am zooming right now. Zoom. It's like I have a shy buff basically going. Also damage buff too. So you're gonna pretty much one shot these guys with the buff too. So it's very rare that tower spawns, but whenever you get that tower, you are zooming. Prague got a double earring from Boss Blitz, bought 4 and tapped it to set, saved 36 bill for 2 bill. Let's go. Easy gains. Yeah, I mean, I always like to describe this Rizaushi to people whenever they're thinking about progression, is think of progression as 2 different roads. One is long and windy, but predictable and steady, right? Which is saving up silver, right? There's no obstacles in the road. It's just a long, windy road to your destination, right? Whereas the other direction has cliffs and jumps, right? Which is like enhancing, right? So if you succeed, you make it across the cliff you're jumping across. But if you fail, it's like you fall off the cliff and you got to make your way all the way back up, right? And so you could risk it, try to make it across the cliff, jump across the cliff, or take the more safe route where everything's predictable, you don't get hurt, you just make your way to your destination safely, right? So depending on your preferred method of getting to your destination is the way you want to go about your progression, right? You're 820 gear score now. Let's go. What's your next goal? Wayne, what's your next goal? What are you working on next? Only for fun, wasn't expecting it to go 10. Well, that's just how RNG works, right? You win some, you lose some. In this case, you take your win. The only way is tab, Wayne. Well. Oh, we got the tower again? Lucky. Is that tower talking about? Here we go. We're gonna zoom. Slitherus. Hopefully, you said your name right. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Whee! Hi, so Maverick. Welcome in. How are you? We're just grinding some Sakuraya. Getting my weapons to Nov is your next goal. Okay, okay. Are you planning to do like Nov, or getting one to deck first before you're working on your next Nov? Do you already have all deck accessories too? Are you waiting on Dawn Blackstones? I think I would trying for deck. Well, the chances of Nov and deck are kind of similar, to be honest. I mean, they're very, very similar. And so what I would recommend is getting all to Oct first, Wayne, and then get your primary weapon to deck and then your offhand to deck. So that you can do Caphras, right? Because you need one deck primary weapon and one deck offhand. Primary weapon being either Awakening or main hand, depending on what your spec is, right? Because then if you go all, you know, if you go Nov and then deck, it'll take it longer. It will be a little bit longer for you to just start doing Caphras, which would be one more stone over Karshan. And so you'll future-proof your armor taps earlier by being able to do Caphras earlier. So I do recommend going Oct, and then deck into Nov deck, if that makes sense. Same thing for armors. Right now, the strategy is to go pen, and then you go Oct straight from one pen. So you go pen, and then Oct. Instead of going pen, hex, sep, Oct. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm just making noises. Hopefully you know what I mean. Exactly, here's the smell, exactly. Red pigment, that's just the pity piece. That's just the pity. I'm talking all around the clock, all around the knots. I'm going for all Oct weapons and accessories, then armors. Okay. You get what I mean, Wayne? Okay, good. Accessories are Oct and deck neck. Oh, I see. I think it might be more cost efficient to go for deck accessories. Like after you get all Oct weapons, is that you would go for deck accessories first, I think. Pretty sure that might be better. You could always check, there's a website here, Wayne, the video workshop by ROG spreadsheets, and then you can input it there. So if you just go over here and then go click on gear upgrade path and just enter your stuff. So if you say Oct weapons, right? And then you just put in, let's see. Let's see, and you had deck neck, right? Deck neck. Yeah, it seems like going for all your deck accessories first before Nov weapons is more cost efficient overall. If you're going for AP. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Four 10 armors and 35 tabs? So sheesh. There you go. Now you're ready for Idani armors. Yeah. I'm not worried about my DP at the moment. I have enough to survive at 10s, so I'm happy with that for now. Okay, okay. Working on decking those accessories? Yeah, definitely go for deck accessories first before your Nav weapons. Do you have enough AP DP for Karshan? Wait, you said you're 820, right? What's your AP DP right now? Sheet wise. Do you have 390 AP and or are you still doing Enslar? So I think with Oct accessories you still might be a little bit low for Karshan. So that would be a reason to work on your armors, is so that you can access the higher tier bosses, right? So 440 for Rusalka, 445 for Enslar, 450 for Karshan. So that is a very good reason to be working on your armors, even if you have the AP, right? Is so that you can future-proof your armor taps going forward with those Idania stones, right? Maybe still have a 370. Okay, so 376. What's your DP? Because 375 enough is enough for Rusalka, but you need 440 DP. So I kind of think you should maybe focus on your armors first, so that you get 440 DP if you don't already have some, and then work on AP again. Right. Oh, you have 445. Oh, okay, you have 445. Okay. Then you're Gucci until Karshan. Right, so you work on your AP first because you need 385, 445. So you have enough for Enslar, right? Is that 445 without the DP buff from Blessing of Morning? Because the Blessing of Morning does not count, like the Land of Morning light buffs. But regardless, you understand what I mean, right? Is definitely go for AP until you get 385, right? Actually 390. Because you have enough for Enslar too. So do AP until 390, and then you would work on you know, DP again until you get 450, etc, etc. So it should be a straight shot from there. Yeah. Not too many variables in what you should work on. Seraph made grinding Orbita way under geared more profitable than Nymph, so I've kind of boosted through taps because of it. Oh, You're playing Seraph now. Let's go. And Seraph is a pretty strong class. I tried Seraph. Are you playing light form or dark form? Because I was playing dark form because I do prefer like the dark form abilities, but it was just super annoying getting kicked out of your dark form. Ugh. It just felt so unsatisfying. That's the reason I play light. Yeah, I think to make dark form feel better, they need to make a way for you to stay in dark form permanently. Just getting kicked out of it kind of sucks. It interrupts your combo too. Like your mid combo, you're just like, oh, I'm in light form. I gotta use light form combos. You play Awakening Woosa still though? Okay, okay. It's good to hear. Said and done. Let me just close out of all these tabs here. This is what you gave for, blood on the game board. It's a moment. So bad. This la la la. La la la. That happens in light too. Expect a big combo finish, then with final. Well, the nice thing is that you are still kind of pressing the same buttons, right? Whereas dark form has completely different skills for the most part, right? So whenever I get booted out of dark form, I'm like, what do I press? I don't know what I'm pressing. Everything, like all the buttons are different. Once you play gun, once you play gun. Jay, do you have any idea if there's any residents in Adania for house buff? I can chat. I can check if there's a residence. Is there none in Hakinza? Maybe Santocos? Shore Ruins? Oh, here. Are there any residences here? Nope. Doesn't seem like it. It's just lodging. Seems like just lodging over there. Well, I mean, the next best thing you could do is just buy the scroll. This one. Or, oh, you're heading to bed this one? All right, have a good night. Guild Manor. Are you in a guild by chance, Michael? Do you have a guild that does like upkeeping their guild manners? Because I'm very fortunate to be in a guild that just upkeeps all of the buffs for the entire guild. Someone's in charge of it, thankfully. So that will be your next best bet, is if you know, if you don't want to use the scrolls, is use the guild nanner, in which case then you can use it from anywhere, but you need someone to have to upkeep it. Your guild doesn't do that. Well, I mean, the last resort you could do is just take, you know, you would go back to a town that does have a residence and then take the well to Edania and then start your grind. So those are your only options, right? I think we've exhausted every single option now. Unless we can find a residence in Edania, but it doesn't seem like it from a glance. Maybe there's a hidden one? There's a little hidden residence, but seems like there isn't, and so those are your only options, right? Is Guild Banner, or Blessing of Mystic Beast scroll, or just going to a house, get your buff, and then run back. I don't get why they wouldn't put a residence in Edania, the land of demons. Maybe they don't want people living there, you know, Michael? It is the land of demons. Spooky. Is your guild an active guild? Because what you could do is start your own guild and just like shove furniture in your own guild banner. You know what I mean? There, we found another potential solution for you, is make your own guild and then you can TP to your own manor. They are active. Okay. Well, maybe bring it up. Right? Maybe bring it up to your guild leader and say, hey, could we maybe get started with upkeeping house buffs for the guild, you know? Because I'm pretty sure you can donate heads. So maybe bring it up with them and then ask them if you could start doing it. Hi, Sir Potter. Welcome in. It really is a black hole. Jesus. How are you, Sir Potter? Welcome in, welcome in. We're just grinding some Scrya. What are you up to this Saturday evening, Sir Potter? Anything interesting? Deboreka ring. I was thinking it'd be cool if you could toggle the little forward guard super armor invincible icon to show PvE eye points. I kind of feel like it kind of doubles. Maybe I'm not explaining it right. Like, if you know that the super armor icon is there, doesn't that kind of say, like, because I know there are, for example, Shy, right? Shy has WF. WF has a super armor, but it's a PvE iframe, right? So I feel like you shouldn't need the icon for the PvE iframe, if that's the case, right? If it has like a double. Right? Because if you know you're doing WF on Shy and you see the super armor icon, then you should know you're already in PvE iframe. You know what I mean? I feel like it's not really that necessary. As a beginner, I had no idea spamming shift dashes still had PvE iframes, same as my friend had to explain it to them. You could read. It does say, I mean, before it didn't, now it does say.
Let's give
Hi,
him a warm
Smash.
welcome.
Welcome in, Smash. How are you?
Im Smash and the Super 20, welcome to our Raccoon realm. Ready for epic games and smashing vibes? So glad to have you here. Let's turn this stream into an adventure full of fun and excitement together.
Hi, Smash. Welcome everybody from Smash's stream. My name is Jamie. For Battle Animal is a raccoon. We're just grinding some Sakuraya. Also, Michael, I also think it's okay for certain mechanics. You have to like learn it on your own. And I think PvE iframe is one of them. Is that you learn on your own what a PvE iframe is, or you have a friend explain it to you instead of having it just displayed, you know? If it was completely not even being told to you, maybe you could make an argument, you know? And for sure, it's like not much nicer that they do tell you, right? Because for example, Witch and Wizard did not say that before. It was a PvE iframe, like you didn't know what was a PvE iframe or not. But now it does. So I think it's like okay that you don't need it. Like you don't need an icon for PvE iframe if you just look. Toggle option wouldn't hurt anyone. Well, I'm not arguing against like it being hurting anybody. Well, I'm sure you don't mean like actually hurting anybody, but it's more like out of all the changes you could want, that is like not a priority in my opinion. I feel like it's not really like a big change that I would want in the game. Like if they were to change something about BDO, that's like I could do without it is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? I could go without having something like that. It's not a pressing matter for me personally. I mean, before we didn't even have icons. You just had to know whether you are forward guarded or super armored or iframed, right? And you can toggle that off. you can toggle off the icon. So it's nice that they're actually like showing the iframes and super armors and forward guards now for sure, but PvE iframes, I feel like it's okay that we don't have them. Here's one. Every class has a spam PvE iframe. That way I don't need to use the dreaded evasion roll. No, yeah, for sure there's like... There's a couple of them that does not have spammable PvE iframes. I think Deadeye is one of them. I think Draconia is also another one with not a spammable PvE iframe. Is it hash as well? Damn. Is it? I remember they improved it. I remember they improved getting in and out of the dodge roll. Is it still that bad? To use the evasion roll? It's not bad, it just looks funny. Maybe they can make it look a little bit cooler, you know? When you roll, there's like little sand dust. Oh, does Guardian not have a spammable one too? Is there anything that can replace the let me explain further. So for example, I think Draconia, the dash for Draconia, the wing movement, what's it called? The flight, like when you fly forward. I'm pretty sure that's a PvE iframe, right? And you can hold it for quite a long time. Is there anything like that for Hashashin where it can kind of substitute for a spammable PvE iframe? You could also kind of think of it as a class, what do you call it? Well, I don't know if you call it feature to not have a PvE iframe, but like that's part of the class's identity, is that they don't have a spammable one, and you just got to learn how to play the class with that one, because that's how most classes were in the past, right? So when Land of Wonder and Light came out and Boss Splits came out, they added a bunch of PvE iframes to many classes in BDO. But I think the classes that, let's say you don't have like a spammable dash, right? I guess they couldn't find a way to find, like they couldn't find a way to put a spammable PvE iframe on those classes because they just didn't have a spammable dash. Wayne, thank you so much for the sub. I think the only start of the animation is quite a long dash, so it's safer to use evasion roll. And seriously, I main DK and Woosa and Megus on Swell with infinite PvE iframe. Yeah, they just naturally have spammable dashes, right, Michael? And so it's like very natural for them to have a spammable PvE iframe, but for a class like Hashashin or Guardian or Draconia, they don't seem to have a spammable dash in general. So I guess that's why they don't have a spammable. Oh, Lycerin just got deck earring. Sheesh. And so I'm thinking that's why they never got a spammable PvE iframe, because they just didn't have anything to spam. You know what I mean? So it was like it was like difficult for them to find an ability to do so. So I guess maybe the next best thing that they could improve for those classes is not necessarily add a spammable PvE iframe, but maybe add more skills in general that they currently have to be a PvE iframe, to maybe alleviate that, right? Maybe that's the next best thing, right? Because if they give you a brand new spammable movement skill, that could mess with the balance of the class. So maybe the best way to go about it is not give you a brand new dashing skill, right, all of a sudden with your current kit, but maybe just add more skills in general that are just PvE iframe that in the kit that it currently has, you know. So maybe you can think of abilities in Hashashin that could potentially be a PvE iframe instead, right? I thought Woosa only had Shift W than 88. Yes, but it's unprotected at the very end. Wayne, it's only PvE iframe during the movement, right? Because when you use the ADRMB, you pop out to shoot your missile, right? When you, during that small window, you are vulnerable. Although it is a very small window, that is something to take note of, right? When she throws out her thing. So you're not PvE iframe completely protected. So be careful about using that as a PvE iframe in boss fights, like boss splits. Because you know how boss splits are, right? They have a lot of one-shot, potentially one-shot mechanics. And so if you're relying on ADRMB, there's a chance you still might get hit in that tiny, tiny window, right? So be careful about using that in boss fights, like let's say Sangoon, right? Sangoon has a lot of like attacks that are like big red zones, right? So try not to use that as a PvE iframe. Try to use your Shift W if you want to be absolutely completely safe. But when you're grinding, yeah, it is a very useful PvE iframe when you're grinding, because most of the time when you're in that new position, when you're grinding, you're not really getting hit by anything. Just be careful about using it in boss splits. Yeah, there's lingering stuff on Pig. Exactly. So you know what I mean then, right? So try not to use it during those boss fights. Use Shift W instead. Did you watch the anniversary stream, Wayne, by chance, for BDO? Oh, you did? Yeah, then you may have remembered that I had coincidentally done Golden Pig King on that live stream. It was very like, I felt like it was kind of fate that I did Golden Pig, because I would like the day before I was literally just doing Golden Pig to show one of my viewers. They were I think it was Baz. They were saying they were having trouble killing C10 Pig. So I was doing a couple runs to show them. I dropped my gear score to their gear score, which was around 350, 427, to show them how to do it. And so it was like, this was really good practice for today. So luckily I got some practice in beforehand. Unfortunately, Missy said that she's never done Golden Pig Big King before, but I mean, she got really close. If that was her very first time doing Golden Pig King level 10, she was almost there. That's plastic love. It's the plastic beat. Another morning comes. You showed me how to do it too when I was struggling. I'm glad I was able to help. Sweet cake abuse. Cake? Where you at? Oh, I should get the next subjugation question. Walk away, let's walk away. I really wish cheers weren't a thing. Yeah. It is very disruptive. Now that is definitely something that I would want to toggle for, Michael. Is turning off cheers, because that is actually disruptive. It's kind of like you're in the middle of a combo, or you have a long animation ability going, and then your ability just cancels, right? Because that is actually a very disruptive thing for any class. That thing is 100% sure I would want a toggle for. Hi Jamala, welcome back. The king is so bad due to concentrated magical blacks. Yes, the cheer from that. I disagree. It's fun to get smashed in the face with it. I disagree with that. I disagree with that being funny to get. I mean, it could be funny, but when it's happening to you, it's not funny. But when it happens to other people, it's funny. You know what I mean? So it's kind of what those situations are. So yes, it is funny when it happens to somebody else. But when it happens to you, no. Not funny. It did happen to me and you died. Oh. Were you still laughing after you died by chance? Yeah, treasures are a good one to cheer for because at least it's like it doesn't happen very often, right? But let's say this freaking cake, right? How many cakes do you get an hour? Quite a few. You get quite a few cakes. Right? At least with accessories, right? At least with accessories like Deboreka's, that does not happen very often. But these cakes are happening way more often than an accessory. And I'm doing well, Jamal. What about you, Jamal? Are you doing well? What are you up to tonight? You grinding? It's also funny because the magical gems are cheers just because they are some of the best drops you can get from lifescan. Oh my god, there's another cheer. Whee! How many magical black gems do I have right now? 82. Let me sell them. Let me get rid of these black magical. Dun 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 dun. Don't quit. Dun dun dun. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Mm-hmm. Like from the gathering pool, you can only cheer for magical gems and ginseng, the rare ginseng. Oh, like the 1,000-year-old one? I'm gonna go you out. Okay, one sec. I'm just checking on something real quick. Okay. Sorry about that. Just checking some texts. Bum, 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 bum. It's over. Boop, 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 boop. My phone's pinging. I must have replied. Maybe I don't reply back right away. You know what I mean? I'm grinding. But I just sex it, so maybe I should reply. Naturally. How did it hit me? I was behind it. Oh my god, I hate this tower. These damn eyes of the deep. They're pinging again. Can I ever get my game looking as good as yours? Really? Even with the same settings? Do you have the right filters, Wayne? Like the warm filter and stuff like that? 'Cause I think that one is one of the main things that causes the game to look the way it does. My own monitor's own brightness is just too high for it. Would you say you have a pretty good computer by chance, Wayne? Because there is something you could add to make the graphic fidelity potentially a little bit better. However, I mean, I've seen a lot of people use them. Like I've seen there's literally a PA partner that uses it, but it's a program called Reshade. I don't use Reshade because I need to conserve my CPU resources, but if your computer is good enough, you can use Reshade to make because it's like an overlay over your monitor, if that makes sense. So it doesn't like change the game graphics. It's like it overlays it over the game, I guess. But it does require some installation and setup and stuff like that, which does add files to your game. And so again, I've never seen anyone getting like banned over that. And there is one streamer and PA content creator that does use it, and that's where I found it from, was their guide, because they literally have a video called "How to Make Your Game Look Better," and that's where I first found out about Reshade. And so you can try that out, but it is, I guess, kind of technically against TOS because you're adding files or something. I don't know. But again, I've never seen anyone getting banned over it. It's just like a game overlay thing. You don't know Risk it? Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Just a suggestion. Ooh, we got a devouring. I'm pretty sure for FF, like Final Fantasy as well, isn't it like kind of technically against TOS, but nobody gets banned because everybody uses it. But I know add-ons are huge for FF14 though. Find the video? Yeah, it's on Gameru's video channel. If you search Gameru RC on YouTube, they have a video called "How to Make Your Game Look Better." Oh, you've already watched that video. Oh. Yeah, there you go. You can maybe refer back to it again. And again, I don't imagine it would get banned. I've never seen anyone get banned using it, but you know, it is technically against us. And imagine if you do get banned, like it wouldn't last that long either. I don't think it would be like a permanent ban. Talk to hero, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. Try it on the other account first, yeah. It's better to be safe than sorry. Did I say it's a gray area as it doesn't actually do anything? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same case with video as well. Insane. Like I knew, but don't you feel it too? That's all I'll do from the start. If it isn't the regular BDO addict, I do enjoy BDO. What about you, Discrepancy? Are you another BDO enjoyer by chance? Child, only be playing Crimson? Yes, I will. I'm actually pretty excited about it. I don't usually play those kinds of games, Wayne. Is, you know, single player RPG adventures, right? Like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Black Myth Wukong. Those kinds of games. I usually just watch other people play them, but I've always enjoyed BDO's combat. And so Crimson Desert essentially is the next level of BDO's combat, so I'm curious to see how well it will translate to the way BDO works. I booked holidays from work to play it. Oh. Have you already pre-ordered the game? Warriors that built this town. From dust. Boom, boom, ba-da-da-dum. We got the blue. Let's go. As soon as I seen that you get free Peggy, then I can get my Krogdalos. Well, it's only a T9, so you would need to still craft it, right? Craft the T10, awaken the T10. Kiss. All out attack is still the go-to set outside the wilds. If you can't reach the cap, yeah. Ash Render. If you can't reach the cap, all out attack is a good choice. However, if you can reach the cap, there's a couple more different options you could use. I like to use Vicious Shadows for extra back attack and crit. I think Target Openings is also a decent one for crit damage. You're trying to stack crit damage, and you can still reach the cap. How many sensors do you have saved up, Wayne? I think the pity for it is 30 tops or something like that. $19 so far. Okay. So on average, you should hit it. I think average is about 18, 19. Yeah. You got your DNA in 2 tabs? Okay, okay, there you go. And getting the Crocodile Sanctuary is very nice. Very good quality of life for the horses. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Taste it's so wrong. Just see you make up so nice. This one thing I eat is another. Don't embarrass me.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, not lurker. Why are you arriving, not lurker? The ceiling fan is so nice. That line is so funny. I love Sabrina Carpenter's songs. There's always like very clever, funny lyrics in them. Very comedic. Just see my makeup so nice. My ego's another. Don't embarrass me like the others are. Please, 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 please. Whenever I hear this song, does anyone remember a very old BDO content creator that was a Meiwa main? And I remember they started with an S. And they would always use this song for their enhancements. And they were also another YouTuber as well. I'm trying to remember their name. Well, not the Spanish version. It would be the English version. Heck, I'm trying to remember the name. I don't know if they still stream. Maybe I could look them up. But I know they started with an S. And this song always reminds you of them. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I'm curious. If I just search, I don't know. Black Desert Road to Meiwa. Not Dragonoozy. Definitely not Dragonoozy. What if I search filters? I don't know. Wait, can I search specific upload date? No, it's only like this year. Frick. Yeah, I'm wondering if I can search from oldest, because it was a very old one. I think they stopped like 4 or 5 years ago. And then I remember there was also another BDO content creator that was also a Musa. Not Shaky Bay. Does anyone remember Shaky Bay? It was another content creator that was also a Musa main. I just can't remember who it was. And they were all kind of like in a friend group, I think. Like all 3 of them. They did content together. No, I got slowed. Looks like I'm getting another text. What are they saying this time? I wish I didn't remember Shaky Bay. Joel. Yeah, definitely Shaky Bay was was something. Stratified! Oh my god, I remember! Guys, you guys remember Stratified? I just remember their name. I knew it started with an S. Stratified. And then there was another I remember the other person too. Again, like Stratified and this other, it wasn't with Shaky Bay, but it was another Musa main. Let me see if I can find their content. Are they still, if I just search BDO Stratified, does it show up? Does the his channel doesn't show up anymore. Are they gone? I don't seem to see them. How much FPS do you get while in combat? 60. I cap my FPS at 60. Because I'm running a bunch of different programs and I'm going to heavily lag in all these other programs. I still get stutters here and there. I have never seen anyone who has ever fixed the stutters for BDO. It's just a thing that you just gotta have to accept, is that there's gonna be stutters. And if anyone tells you that they don't have any stutters in BDO, they're lying. They're absolutely lying. Or they don't know what stutters are, but for sure, like again, I've never seen anyone ever have fixed stutters completely in BDO. Maybe they've reduced it very minimally, but yeah, I don't think you can ever fix the stutters. Hi Ellie. Yo Jay, I miss doing the Old Moon yes, the Old Moon podcast was definitely it was a definitely interesting experience. I felt like I was not very good at it though. Usually I just let Blue and Blonde talk and I'm just listening. There are fixes which you can never fully get rid of it, yeah. Okay, hold on. I need to respond to this text. Ooh. I didn't realize I had a collision. And then while I go do that, I'm gonna go grab a snack from the kitchen, guys. We have been grinding for 5 hours straight, so maybe we take a little bit of a break. Oh, I almost logged off without getting my loot bag. Give me my loot bag. Imagine this turns red while I'm standing still. Wait, hold on. Is it gonna turn yellow? I know I'm wasting the ore, but I'm a little tired from grinding right now. Okay, you got a loot bag. Okay, let me put up something. Any new Pistanity videos we could just put up? Gotta say hi. All the oh, you know what we could do? BDO, in the anniversary stream, they had this whole what do you call it? D&D session, and I kind of want to check out what the heck happened, because I saw that, you know, Choice was there, Moshi was there, Biseptimus was there, Black Desert Game, and I kind of want to watch it and see what the heck happened. I only skimmed through a bit of it. So let's go see what everybody was up to over there. Actually, did they stream it on their YouTube channel? Because I think if they streamed it on their YouTube channel, we could watch it there instead. Black Desert Official. Live. Oh, here. No. Black Star the Adventure Stream. Stream. Wait, does it say streamed 1 month ago? Why does it say 1 month ago? When I could have sworn did they replay it? You know what? I think they may have replayed it. Let me see this. Okay, so on the YouTube. Where is it here? Maybe that wasn't what I saw. Well, you know what we can do? We can watch my section. You know? We can watch the portion of the stream where I was on screen, you know? Had some screen time, you know? All right. We're back. Hello, I'm back. All right. Thank goodness we got to this part. 'Cause, I'm glad we skipped my cringe intro, Frick. I wrote it down, by the way. I always write down like what I'm gonna write, even though let's say I'm like calling the bank or something. I always try to write down what I'm gonna say because I know I'm gonna fumble and mess up. Was that CZ this entire time? I was hearing somebody type. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to interrupt the stream, but what the frick? It was him this entire time. Oh, this is swapped, by the way. They put the wrong screen. Why is this so blurry? Is it always blurry? I think it was their stream, right? This is my first scene. Well, I guess I was kind of watching during the stream, but wasn't really paying attention. But I realized it's kind of blurry on their. Maybe it's based on the internet from the players because we are streaming our feed. Oh, they fixed it. Nice. When you season. They weren't even that far behind. They were only 10 seconds apart. T-Zane does everything at 100 miles per hour. He's a professional yapper, Wayne. He's very good at yapping. Maybe almost too good. I think it was Huntler who did this one. And Jolly. Is there a way to show the chat while you're full screen or nah? Maybe you just gotta do this. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys. Maybe if I copy this, duplicate, and then I put it here, close this, and then I do this, and then I enlarge it. Maybe that's better. If I move it forward, hold on, let me move it forward. Maybe that's better. And then we can see the chat as well. Because I think watching the chat is kind of fun. You know? I feel like watching the chat is a little fun. We'll cover me for now. You know? There's a little arrow on the top right? What? Where? Oh! You're so smart, Wayne. Oh my god. What would I do without you? Good job, Wayne. What would I do without you? So it's based on their internet. Not PA's internet, but our internet. Butler. This chatter. What channel is he on? No reason. Butler. NA wins again. X2J, Zach, thank you so much for the follow. We're just taking a bit of a break from the grind, eating some dinner, and watching the anniversary stream. I was on. Do you see me? You guys see me? I'm on here. Yeah, verdict. Yeah, yeah. I think it's based on their internet, so I guess the connection between verdict and the PA headquarters is not the best. And Jelly. What is it, Angeli? What is it? Freaking verdict. No, not sorry, verdict. Not Hunter. Hunter freaking stream sniping. Ain't no way. Hunter, no, don't get stuck. There he is. You can tell Endlife is such a disappointed dad right now. It's so disappointed. No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the strategy here is instead of picking D2 or D5 and try to win to block it, the best way is probably going for a separate section like B2, right? And then making their own line, right? And then if they lose, they make a new line or something. CZ was instantly JQ'd. Now, I was worried about what they would pick because if they picked Odukshini, I was screwed. Or they'd have to pick somebody else because I already did my 5 for the week. Because I did not know about saving my boss splits until this stream. So if they picked Odukshini, I was dead. I was so happy when they said golden picking. I was so happy. I was like, ooh, that's one of my better bosses. What is this? What's this? If Misty, yeah, Fire has 1,000,000 fans, then I'm one of them. If Misty from Yeah, Fire has 10 fans, I'm one of them. What is this copy pasta? You locked in so hard? Well, I didn't want to lose, Mickey Bear. I didn't want to lose. And Jelly. It was actually pretty close in the beginning here. I feel like Suckwitch has better single target than Awakening Woosa, no? Unlocking the seals. Yeah, the jumping. Like if he did some jumping stuff, that he's kind of like an iframe in that, right? The bump mechanic. Do you mean where you have to knock him down, Wayne? Dang, do you guys see my camera movement? Can we go back a bit? Are you guys watching my camera movement? Holy crap. I was kind of clean with the camera movement. When I was like going behind him. You see? Holy crap. Stand Butler. Stand in blue, guys. Stand in blue. Blue is good. Yeah. And Jelly. And Jelly's very good at the quips. The freaking funny quips. For A2. And Leif. That's pretty good tile, guys. It's a pretty good tile. We'll take that one too. Yeah, if you don't want to put it on A2, we'll take that one. Yeah. Bert, did you hear that? Dalpha too? Chat, yeah, watching the chat is always so fun. I was like, me? Wutaru's B2. Wutaru's right. I should have picked B2. You know, so there's like alt options, right? We had 2 lines to pick. And leave. Phobos, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. We're just taking a bit of a break from the grind right now and watching the anniversary stream. I haven't watched it back yet, so now is a nice opportunity to do so. As you can see, I'm in this section of the anniversary stream. Yeah, I did see that Belican. I was feeling a little bit bad of oh, I don't have a sub for the Black Desert Game channel, so we're gonna have to watch some ads, I guess. I don't have any subs for the Black Desert Game channel. It shouldn't take too long though. But yeah, Belican, I did see some a little bit not so nice things said. Should be a new perk for partners. Yeah. True. You bought a sub and still have to watch ad. Wayne. I guess you could go turbo, right? Turbo is an option. Ooh. Oreos. Old Spice. Ooh. It doesn't wait, it doesn't stop the ads, Wayne? Oh. I thought Turbo stops all the ads, no? Considering literally there's an ad right here. Twitch Turbo, watch ad free across Twitch. So I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't stop the ads? Oh, like when you're watching it on my stream. I get it. No. True, Wayne. Maybe I should get Turbo, you know? Okay. For the longest time, like I've known of Foibes for a while because she's like rated me a couple times in the past, right? But for the longest time, I did not know how to say her name. And I was kind of like saying Phoebe, right? Because that's like a common female name is Phoebe, right? So for the longest time, I thought to pronounce her name, it was Phoebe, but it was actually how it's spelled, which is Foibes. But yeah, I think Foibes was actually the most geared on their team. Oh, Hundler. I freaking love Enlave's freaking old man like wheeze. The freaking I freaking it kills me. It freaking kills me. Can we just rewind just a little bit here? Hold up. Freaking wait for it. I can't. And like it's freaking wheeze kills me. I'm dying. Freaking Zero, my agent. You know what someone told me about Zero? Is that Zero is like the European Czane, or vice versa. Like Czane is the American Zero. I've never really interacted with Zero. Like zero interactions. Like literally not even a play on words, like zero interactions. but I'd like to. I'd like to be able to interacting with him more because I mean I've known C-Zane for a while, for like probably like 5 years now. Probably like 4 or 5 years now. I've known C-Zane. Foibs actually beats Huntler here because Huntler didn't kill him before the CC mechanic. So right now Foibs is in the lead, but Foibs unfortunately got the the Ascendra girl. Yeah, Duran is a lot easier. So I kind of feel like Foibs would have won if she didn't get Ascendra. Angelique. Jay, what are you doing with magical shards at the moment to make silver, or are you saving them? Well, I was using them to make the new crystals, but I just finished making all the new crystals. So I technically don't need any magical shards right now, but at the same time, I'm worried they're going to add more stuff that requires magical shards because that's been a trend lately, right? So I've been kind of saving them just in case. Oh, you're heading to bed, Wayne? Okay, okay. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Is it loud, guys? Let me turn it down. It looks a little loud on my OBS. Can we get a statement, Jason? Jason is also, I think he's another content creator I don't really interact with very much. Basically, most of the EU people, I'd like to interact with them more, but the time zones are kind of poo poo for that. They're both on their last. So honestly, if EU did not get Ascendra, Foibs would have probably won. If EU did not get Ascendra, like honestly, I'm pretty sure Foibs would have won because the Duran is so much faster than Ascendra. She was like 5 seconds behind. She was actually super close. The freaking gulp. Gulp. Titty. Why did Cezanne say like that? Utri. Why did he say that like that? I was low key hoping we were gonna do depose Crown Prince on the stream. It would have been so freaking funny. A random ass one. Oh my god. I was trying to pass VSR to Cezanne there, but it wasn't letting me for some reason. Maybe he had like a pet that was blocking the way. They were actually not too far behind. It was only 5 seconds difference. That was also my new record as well. Wait, who was yelling in the back there? Wait, who was yelling? Did you hear that? Was that Ray? Did you hear that? Who is yelling in the back? No, I don't think that was Ray. There's somebody else. Oh, what is in like? I think Jelly. I don't think Enlave said it was a boss, and Jelly just assumed and tried to gaslight Enlave. I can't believe it, and Jelly. Calm down, CZ. uh, this is actually a race. Oh, another ad break. Although we should be wrapping up this here soon, so this should be the last ad break. If only they had streamed it on YouTube. Because they do have YouTube Premium. Oh, Cyberpunk. Okay, here we go. Yeah, use square for that. Vert. Oh my god. Verdict cutting it close. Verdict cutting it close with the the comment here. Click faster. Oh my god.
System says,
Oh.
Draconian Lord it just raided us with a party of 2. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Hi Draconian. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just taking a bit of a break and watching the anniversary stream. How was your stream? Dude, he got real close. Vert. Oh yeah, Hashin doesn't have a spammable PVE frame, right? No, no, no. The gulp. All gulp. You gotta go help your mom? Alright. No worries, Draconian. Have a good rest of your day. Oh. Maybe? And Lay's laugh is so freaking contagious. Is very infectious. True. Oh my god. Jason. Jason cheering on Alezra. True. Jason's funny. I should visit his streams more. But I'm kind of intimidated, you know, because I don't know him very well, you know. But I guess the only way to get to know him is if I, you know, say hello. Like, yeah, See Zane. I think it. Okay. You know, see Zane, 1 times 3 is 3. That is true. There's. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is true. That is that's a good strategy, yeah. Hi Vexer. We're just rewatching the anniversary stream, Vexer. I haven't rewatched it back yet. Winner takes all. Winner takes all. I was in this, Vexer. Yeah, I won in this. And Jelly. And Jelly. Do you see? And Jelly's hilarious. Can we hear that one more time? Hold on. Do you see that? See? I'm crying. No, the ad. When you watch it over, like Season's reaction to it was like a delayed reaction, right? Because when Jelly said it, jeez, and you see that thing? Then he just like looks around and then realizes. Oh no, this comment, pull up the wheelbarrow. Oh no. during this, I was like stream sniping the EU team, just watching their screen. I'm like, where are they going? Where are they going? Trying to siphon information. They're looking. They're looking. All right. I mean, I think that's the end, right, guys? Yeah, that is the end. All right. I think I'm going to wrap up stream here a little early, guys. I mean, we have been streaming for like 7 hours, so I wouldn't call that really early, but earlier than I usually stream. But I do want to raid you guys into Striker's stream. It is her birthday today. So if you guys could give her some support, that would be amazing. She's trying to make it to 24 hours. So if you guys could say hello and support her, that would be amazing. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be trying to get into War of the Roses. I didn't get into it last time. So usually there's a fail stack system for War of the Roses. If you don't get in the previous time, you have a higher chance of getting in the next time. So we'll try to sign up and get started around to when War of the Roses starts. So approximately like 1-2 p.m. PST will start. Or I guess it's PDT because daylight savings is starting soon. So hi ADVgg, welcome in, and also goodbye. I'll see you guys next time, guys. Have a good night. Bye.